Ada dia.
Ini pegangnya terus semut.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, especially the one who is just arrived. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is our honor to welcome you all to the third Science and Technology International Conference today in our university. We would like to invite you all to the ballroom area. Have a seat and make yourself comfortable as we are about to start the opening ceremony. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan di the third Science and Technology International Conference Udayana University. Dan Bapak Ibu para tamu undangan serta peserta Science and Technology International Conference, kami persilakan untuk memasuki ballroom acara dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena acara akan segera dimulai. Once again, we would like to invite everyone who is still currently at the outside of the ballroom. Please come join us to the ballroom area as we are about to begin shortly. And to inform you, as a courtesy before we begin the opening ceremony, we would like to kindly request all mobile communication, any devices to be switched into silent mode during the opening ceremony and the conference. Mohon perhatian kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian serta peserta untuk mengaktifkan mode diam pada telepon seluler atau segala jenis alat komunikasi selama acara berlangsung. Terima kasih. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, nama budaya dan salam kebajikan rahayu. A very good morning to the excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Sudirman Campus Pasca Sarjana Building for the third Science and Technology International Conference Udayana University. With this year's theme is Improving Community Welfare and Sustainability Through Science and Technology. May we have a round of applause? Great energy. Amazing energy. First and foremost, allow me to extend a greeting to our honorable guest who has joined us today. Rector of Udayana University in this occasion, represented by Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, as well as the Vice Dean, Chairperson of the Third Science and Technology International Conference 2024, The Honorable all of the Program Studies Coordinators of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, respected speakers, moderators of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you all to the opening ceremony today on Wednesday, 6th of November, here at the Postgraduate Building, Udayana University, Denpasar, Bali. And to inform you that the whole agenda will be hybrid, and you may check out the live streaming from our YouTube channel. And the third siren for the event highlight, the Third Science and Technology International Conference serves as a platform for research to share their findings in the fields of science and technology, along with their applications, and to positively contribute to the improvement of societal welfare and sustainability. And considering the many challenges the world faces today, the conference aims to discuss these topics and facilitate knowledge exchange among researchers. And additionally, it is anticipated that this conference will encourage global collaboration among participants and everyone here involved. Now, before proceeding to begin the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we request your attention as I myself will present you a quick and glimpse of safety briefing. If there is any unwanted occurrence or unexpected disaster, do not panic. Please stay calm. Find the nearest exit area possible. Do not use lifts, and stairs will be available exactly outside of this ballroom. Do not hesitate to seek for help, and our committee team will be more than glad to help and assist you. Now, I would like to invite you to please stand up, please arise, as well as we are conducting a praying session. Ladies and gentlemen, please arise. Based on your belief and religion, the praying starts. Finished? And please remain arise as we will begin singing National Anthem of Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now it is our pleasure to invite you to witness the beautiful welcoming dance. A glimpse on this wonderful dance. It is inspired by the bird of paradise in Indonesia, and in Bali, this bird of paradise is known as Manuk Dewata. the birds of the gods. The dance is performed by two women, one portraying a male bird and one portraying a female, takes form of mating ritual, the attractive and agile motion of the male bird showing off the beauty to attract the female. Therefore, we present you, a round of applause, Chandrawasi dance. of applause, please. What a wonderful performance from our beautiful Balinese dancers. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to initiate today's agenda, let us hear the opening remarks as well as report remarks that will be delivered by chairperson of the conference. Therefore, we invite Bapak Iputu Teddy Indrayana SPD MSc to come on the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, blessing for us. To begin with, let's be grateful for the health and prosperity we have today. Your Excellency, Rector of Universitas Udayana, who on this occasion was represented by the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, who we respect, Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Udayana, the Vice Deans, Head of Unit for Research and Community Service, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Udayana, Head of Unit for Educational Development and Quality Assurance, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Udayana, Head of Unit for Information Management and Corporation, coordinators of study programs, all keynoted and invited speakers for this conference, the National Advisory Board, journal collaborators, head of administration officers, the organizing committee, and all the participants. It is a tremendous honor for me to welcome you all to the third Science and Technology International Conference 2024, organized by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Udayana. This conference represents a major milestone in our commitment to advancing scientific and technological research while fostering global collaboration and intellectual exchange. The theme for this year's conference is Improving Community Welfare and Sustainability, resonates deeply with the pressing challenges we face in our increasingly interconnecting world. It highlights the importance of science and technology in addressing critical issues such as environmental sustainability, public health, and advancement of information technology, with a focus on ensuring a better future for communities worldwide. As many of you know, Stic is an annual academic event aimed at bringing together researchers, scholars, and practitioners from around the world. The primary purpose for this conference is to create a dynamic platform for sharing ideas, present your latest findings, discussing emerging trends, sparking conversation around cutting-edge scientific and technological advancement, stimulated forward-thinking research, and facilitate connection between academia, industry, and research institutions. Science and technology are fundamental to addressing the challenges we face today. And through events like this, we aim to bridge knowledge gap, inspire new research direction, and promote joint effort in advancing global scientific progress. This year, Science and Technology International Conference has drawn an impressive roster of 4 keynote speakers and 7 invited speakers, representing 8 countries across 4 continents in the world. We are truly honored to have this distinguished expert whose cutting-edge work and thought leadership inspire not only their peers, but the next generation for scientists and innovators. The diversity of perspective from our keynote invited speaker enriches this event and underscore the importance of international collaboration in addressing global scientific technological challenges. Their contribution will undoubtedly spark new ideas and open pathway for future research and cooperation. We are excited to have 103 presenters representing both Universitas Udayana and esteemed institutions from across Indonesia and abroad. The diverse topic covered by our presenter reflect the breadth of scientific and technological research being conducted today, from the fundamental study to applied innovation across various fields. This represents the strength and vitality of our global research community. It is also a reflection of the vibrant and dynamic scientific community we are part of. This event would not have been possible without unwavering support of you. Your guidance, vision, and commitment to academic excellence continue to shape and strengthen the foundation of this conference. A special note of gratitude is also due to our organizing committee and all the volunteers who have worked tirelessly to ensure the smooth execution of this event. Your contributions are deeply appreciated, and we thank you for your continued commitment to academic excellence. Looking ahead, I am confident that the discussion and collaboration initiated here will continue to flourish beyond the conference. It is through this exchange, through our shared knowledge and ideas, that we will unlock new opportunities for scientific progress and technological development. I encourage all of you to engage actively in these sessions, explore new ideas, and form connections that will extend beyond this conference. I look forward to seeing the exciting outcomes that will emerge from our collective effort. Thank you. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you very much for the warming report and remarks, Bapak Teddy. Also joining us today, Dean of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, to deliver her remark. To Her Excellencies, Professor Niluhwati Niase, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the MCs. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Namo Buddhaya. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. The Excellencies, the Rector of Udayana University. Today is represented by Vice Rector Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Rai Manyatamaja. The Excellencies, the Head of Unit Research and Community Services who might come today, and the Unit of Development of Knowledge and Quality Assurance for Universitas Udayana, the Vice Dean, and the Head or Coordinator of Study Program around Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. And the honorables goes to the keynote speakers and the invited speakers. I might mention here is the keynote speakers is Professor Dr. Engineering Quad MSE, I'm sorry. So from the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, UGM, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Professor Dr. Muhammad Nurdin, MSc, from Faculty of Mathematics and Sciences, Universitas Haluoleo. Bapak Ferry Harris, from VHA, FEHA, International Consulting Netherlands. Associate Professor Surakit Natiwusan, M.Pharm, from Madihol University, Thailand. Welcome. And the invited speakers is Imre Ferenc Bana, PhD, from Wigner Research Center for Physics, Hungary. And Dr. Konrad Results, SID Nanotech International from Canada. Thank you for coming. And Ms. Mi-hyun Sol, PhD, from National Institute for Forest Science, South Korea. So Mr. Kevin Mofu, PhD, from Witwatersrand University, South Africa. Mr. Rimson Muarajaya, MBA, from Merck Life. Thank you. Merck Life Science, I'm sorry. Dr. Sabita Bandori, from Rastrusya Banijaya, LCJ, Nepal. And Niputu Ariantari, PhD, from Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University. Well, good morning all. So it is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the Science and Technology International Conference. As the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, I am thrilled to stand before such a distinguished group of scholars, researchers, innovators, and thought leaders from across the world. The conference represents the unique and invaluable opportunity for all of us to come together across disciplines, across borders, to share knowledge, explore new ideas, and deepen our collective understanding of the critical challenge and groundbreaking opportunities that lie before us in the field of science and technology. As we gather here today, we are reminded of the profound interconnectedness of our works, mathematics and natural sciences, from bedrock upon which much of modern technology is built, and it's through the synergy that we can address the most urgent global issue of our time. So as we remark on the next days, and today and next days actually, for the presentation, panel discussion, and networking, we will delve into the wide range of topics from the pure mathematics, theories, and that underpinned a computational, I'm sorry, humble, computational models and cryptographic system to the natural sciences and that drive innovation in fields such as environmental sustainability, health, and material science. The breadth and depth of knowledge on display here are truly inspiring, and I'm confident that the discussion we have will spark new ideas, collaboration, and breakthroughs. So I would like to extend my warmest welcome to our esteemed keynote speakers, panelists, and presenters. Your expertise, insight, and pioneering contribution to your perspective field I also want to acknowledge, I'm sorry, I missed it. So your experience, insight, pioneering contribution, your perspective field are invaluable, and we are great for the opportunity to learn from you. I also want to acknowledge that the hard work of the organizing committee and all the volunteers who have made this conference possible. Your dedication ensure that this event will be an enriching and impactful experience to everyone involved. In the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, we firmly believe that scientific knowledge is not just advancing theories, but about applying them to solve real world problems. Mathematics is a language that allows us to describe and understand the natural world, while the natural sciences offer the experimental and observational framework to test those ideas in practice. Together, they provide the foundation for much of the technology's innovation that is saving our future. From quantum computing to renewable energy, from precision medicine to artificial intelligence. So this conference is not only celebration that has already been achieved, but also a glimpse into a future hold. The interaction that occurs here, whether the formal session or the informal discussion between coffee breaks, have the potential to shape the course of science and technology in years to come. I encourage all of you engage fully to ask difficult questions and to look forward ways in which you collaborate and innovate together. In this room, we have the collective expertise to bring about change in ways that no single individual or institution could do alone. So collaboration, it's much appreciated here. Finally, as we move forward through the session, I urge you to keep in mind the importance of fostering interdisciplinary approach in solving the complex challenges we face together. Whether it's addressing climate change, developing new technologies to improve public health, or advancing computational models to better understanding of our universe. It is through a cross-disciplinary collaboration that we will achieve in a greatest impact. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you being here and contributing to the knowledge and expertise for this important gathering. I trust that this conference will inspire you and provide new avenues for collaboration and discovery. Thank you very much. I wish you all have an enriching and productive conference ahead. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu.
Thank you very much, Ibu Prof, for the warm, welcoming, remarkable remarks. Please, you may be seated. Following to, and with the last opening remark, will be delivered by Vice Rector of Academic Affairs Udayana University, proceeding by striking gong and followed by a group photo. Therefore, without all due respect, His Excellency Prof. Igederai Mayatamaja, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Praise our gratitude to the God and Almighty for all the blessings that have been bestowed on us all, so that the third Science and Technology International Conference 2024 can be held successfully this morning. First of all, my Honorable, the Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Udayana, and also Head of Unit for Research and Community Service, Faculty of Mathematics and Sciences, Head of Unit of Educational Development and Quality Assurance, all keynote and invited speakers for this conference, the organizing committee of the conference, and all participants who attending this conference. I would like to express my great appreciation to the organizing committee who has been working so hard to make the third Science and Technology International Conference 2024 to happen smoothly. This conference is an upgrade of annual national conference held by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University. The main aim of this conference is to gather scientists of various disciplines within the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences from at least 5 different countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to have you all in Bali, which is well known in the world as a favorite tourism destination, as well as recently a favorite for holding international events such as international conference. As this conference is designed to gather scientists, engineers, practitioners, and industries in the field of mathematics and natural sciences and its application, I expect that an intense discussion will happen among them so that some brilliant ideas to be used to improve the quality of human life can be formulated and later be published in qualified journals. I would also like to thank all of the national and international keynote and invite speaker for traveling all the way here to Bali to present their outstanding research to us in this conference. I am certain that a lot of time and dedication was taken in order to prepare their research output for this conference, and we are truly honored and cannot wait to listen and learn, as well as to take part in various high level of discussions. I hope that this conference becomes a forum for communication and sharing ideas, as well as experiencing all disciplines of mathematics and natural sciences in the future. I also hope that this forum serves as a forum to promote and advancing mathematics and natural sciences as a means of economic growth and social welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I sincerely wish you all to have successfully and fruitful conference, as well as new ideas, outlook, perspective, and strategy for the application of mathematics and natural sciences in all aspects of our life. And see you next year. Thank you. Om Shanti 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Sukses.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for the welcoming remarks. Please remain on stage, and we would like to invite Ibu Prof. as Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science to come on stage, as well as our chairperson, Bapak Ibu Teddy Indrayana, as we are about to strike the gong to mark the official opening of the conference. Please, Bapak Ibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare that the Third Science and Technology International Conference 2024 officially open.
Thank you very much, Professor, Bapak Ibu, all our VIPs. And Bapak Ibu who are still on stage, please remain on stage. And we would like to invite all of the invitees, keynote speakers, moderators, and speakers to come on stage. We are about to hold a group photo session. Please, sir, madam, we invite you. And also our coordinators of all of the program studies, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. If there is any committees, please come join us. All of the committees, please join us. All of the coordinators of the Faculty of Natural Science and Mathematics, please come join us. We are about to have a group photo. Spot your best angle. Give the best smile. And since this is a very momentous moment for us, for this year's Science and Technology International Conference, please silakan Bapak Ibu. All right? Is that all? Okay. On a count, 3, 2, 1, we can say Bali. And once again, yeah. Another saying. On 3, 2, 1, we say science and technology. On 3, 2, 1. Okay, that is perfect. Do we have another angle? Or style? Okay, okay. All right, that's the one. On 3, 2, 1, see your best spot and angle, give your best smile. 3, 2, 1. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you very much. All of the invitees, VIPs, that will marks our official opening, and by striking the gong, that will be the opening, the official opening of the conference. Thank you very much once again, Bapak Ibu, Sir and Madam. And that concludes the opening ceremony today. Once again, thank you to our invitees who is coming to the opening ceremony. And if you have any other following agendas, with all due respect, you may leave the room or the ballroom area. Thank you very much, Professor, Bapak Ibu. Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu, all of the invitees who is still remain at the ballroom. And if everyone or anyone would love to come into the restroom, toilets, please. We give 1 or 2 minutes. 5 minutes, yeah. 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. Please, Bapak Ibu, as we are about to begin the first plenary session for today. Wow. Therefore, I would like to give you a room for seconds, perhaps less than 5 minutes, since we are to begin shortly for the first plenary session. We'll be back at 9:45. Thank you very much. start the first plenary session with the speakers including Professor Kuat Triana from Universitas Gajah Mada, the Honorable Conrad Rizal, PhD, from Nanotechnology International Canada, and as well as we will give 1.5 hour discussion for this session, and the session will be moderated by Professor Nino Mandrupiase, SSE, MSc, PhD. Therefore, please, a round of applause. We would like to welcome Professor Nino Mandrupiase. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, MC. Good morning. Om Swastiastu. We will start for the plenary session. Let me introduce briefly about the plenary one. In plenary one, we have three presenters or three keynote speakers. First is Professor Dr. Eng Kuat Triana, MSc. Second, Mr. Conrad Rizal, PhD. Third, Dr. Sabita Bandari. Yeah. I invite you all to come to the stage, please. Silakan, Prof. Okay. Please have a seat. Have a seat now. Before this session began, against one more, I would like to present our deepest gratitude to all of you who have accepted our invitation to share your expertise, knowledge, experience, and foresight in our third international conference. In this session, we will divide into two sessions, but the first one is presentation session. Then we will give for each speaker around 20 minutes for the presentation and then 2 minutes for the discussion. But for the discussion session, we will put at the end of the session. It means presentation first and then we will continue with the discussion. At the discussion session, for the questioners, please raise your hand and state your name and institution, then the question. That is the rule of our session today. Before the presentation begins, let me introduce a brief CV of each speaker. First speaker, Professor Dr. Eng Kuat Triana, MSc. I just mentioned currently he is the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Gajah Mada. Thank you, Professor Kuat. And then his research interest is about physics of materials, not material physics, physics of materials, chemical sensor development based on quartz crystal microbalance, electronic nose, and electronic tongue. The second presenter, Mr. Conrad Rizal, PhD. Thank you, sir, for coming to the maybe third time to our faculty. He has lots of achievements. I just mentioned some of them. He graduated for the Master and Doctor of Engineering from the Muroran Institute of Technology in Japan, and also a Doctor of Philosophy from the University of British Columbia in Canada. His exceptional contribution have been recognized with fellowship and awards from Nepal, Japan, and the United States, and also Canada. For the professional journey, currently he is the President and Chief Scientist Officer of SIDS Nanotech International Incorporation, Ontario, Canada. And then the last presenter, or the third presenter, Dr. Sabita Bandari. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. Her education, the last is PhD in Sustainable Energy Management from Prince of Songkhla University, Department of Sustainable Energy Management, Hat Yai, Thailand. And then her professional work. Currently, she is assistant manager of Rastriya Banijya Bank, Government Bank, Kathmandu, Nepal. And also she is a lecturer, has been lecturer at RITS Engineering and Management College, Nepal, until 2018. And she also got awarded of winner of Women National Quality Award, proudly organized by Women Icon in association with Times Women, Kathmandu, Nepal. And also her research and publication is related to the financial kind of thing. It's been matched with her professional work right now. Okay, that is the brief CV from all those speakers. Without any further ado, I invite the first speaker, Professor Dr. Eng Quatriana, for the presentation. The time is yours.
I stay in front. Yeah. I can see here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Ibu Dekan and organizing committee for inviting me to speak or talk about our research. Not be serious today with me, just talk about small experience about how to develop sensors and some application, for example. Can we start with the PPT? PPT file. Not yet? Yeah, start from the first slide, please. Okay, yeah, this is okay, yeah. Okay, this is the title of my talk. It's about highly sensitive ammonia sensor using functionalized carbon nanotube overlaid nanofiber. And as mentioned by the Professor Rupiase, that I am from Department of Physics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Gajah Mada. And you can reach to me by email. Maybe we can make a collaboration in the future. Okay, I would like to start from the outline. Next, we can check. Yeah, this is the outline. What is the motivation of my talk, and then QCMP gas sensor and concept. Then I would like to continue with our journey of the ammonia sensor since 2020, around 5 years ago. And ammonia sensor using a functionalized carbon nanochip is one case that we have the best performance of the sensor in this case. And then conclusion. Okay, next please. Yeah, this is the motivation of our studies. We can detect in a very low level of the ammonia, for example, and then we can represent to apply the sensor for chronic kidney, some disease that we know that it's not easy to detect directly in daily life. So we try to develop the sensors. We try to develop the sensor with a high sensitivity, high selectivity, but low limit of detections. This is our goal of this research. And then this is the requirement about the for example, limit of detection in our breath. This is indication of the chronic kidney disease, and while this is the healthy ones. But later on, we would like to continue with how to develop one. Okay, next please. So our studies just focus on how to detect the kidney disease. So he focused on the ammonia sensors. Here we use the quartz crystal microbalance. As we know that using the quartz crystal microbalance coated with the polymer, the sensor can be operated in room temperatures. This is the advantage of the sensors. It's all the size is also small and operated is very easy. So compared to the other material or types of the gas sensor like metal oxide semiconductors, I think the QCM-based gas sensor is more advantage. So here, the system is comparable between the change of the mass on the surface of the sensors is directly related to the change of the frequency. It's very easy. It's very easy. So here, of course, we have to gas space of analysis, then rigid layer, homogeneous layer, and so on. And next, please. Yeah, this is a requirement also, how to make sure that our sensors is possible to be used in this application. We have to mention about the quality factors of the sensors, like this one. If we have the Q factor value from 40 to 73, because this is what you call without unit. Yeah, this is fine. So we make sure that the sensor is a solid one, so it's possible to apply the sensors as easy. Next, please. Because the time is only 20 minutes, and I prepare almost 100 pages. So I can high speed. So this is the phenomenon, or the mechanism of the sensor. We start from the review papers published in SCS Applied Nanomaterials last 3 years. This is the concept. This is the pair of sensors, people coating with the nanofiber one. This is the coating with nanofiber. After coating, there will be a shift of the frequency. It's like this one. Why? Because the change of the mesh, so it will be change of the frequencies. And then this is upon the exposure to gas and will be recovered. And next please. Next. Yeah, this is another techniques how to prepare. It's very easy to prepare. Just using the electro-spinning machine. You know that right now the electro-spinning machine can be provided by yourself, I think. If you are interested in how to make electro spinning machine, you can come to my lab and I will give you more information how to build. Like my idea. Okay. This is a I think this is from Zoom meeting. So this is a very easy one. We have nanofiber this types and deposited on the surface of the sensor and the quartz crystal microbalance, and we can modify by using, for example, overlaying with another material, or we can dipping with another material. So we have many type of sensors. Okay, please, next, please. Some mechanism of sensing in the case of polymer coated on the QCM, like this one, sensing mechanism mainly based on the reversible interaction between, for example, carboxyl group from the nanofiber to ammonia molecule, or ammonia molecule interact with the carboxyl group of the polyphenol acetate in this case. Yeah. And another techniques, this is for ammonia sensing, it's very easy to understand, but make sure that this is just our suggestion and this all our papers. No clear this is true or not. So I invite you, if you are interested in modeling, how to analyze biomodeling and then computationals, it may be another mechanism can be explored for sensing mechanism. This is also typical of alcohol sensing. We just make assumption and we propose some mechanism for sensing. Next, please. Okay, we also try to make prediction by applying the machine learning, for example, like this. We involve machine learning algorithm like KNN for regression, and we try to get some, next please, because the time. Yeah, we can predict what is the first sensitive of the molecule to be detected by using, for example, using the polyphenol acetate. This is an example how to predict by using the machine learning ones. So it's possible also to make a study. We published the paper in 2021. Okay, next please. And then next. Yeah, we start from here. We start from here. From the very low sensitivity. You know that if we make a modification with boron acid, so we can improve very low sensitivity, still low, but published in a good journal, I think. Yeah, still in the States. We published in 1990s. Next, please. And then, yeah, we continue to improve. How to improve these ones? We improve significantly, but still under 1 hertz per ppm, still very low, I think. But we have another techniques how to improve this one. We published in 2023. And next, please. Then we published also in 1993 about how to make better. So maltodextrin overlaid polyphenol acetate to be applied on the surface of nanofiber, then we can improve. So it's still less than 1 ppm per hertz, still very low. But we have improvement in the case of from 0.004 until 0.5 is, I think, better. Okay, next please. Then we improve more about the sensitivity to be 2.95 hertz per ppm. I think this is improvements. So we published in 2021 also. The system is also easy. Just the polyphenol acetate nanofiber functionalized with citric acid drop. Okay, next please. And this one is the newest papers published in this year. But the improvement of the sensitivity is significantly more than 3, but around 3 ppm per hertz. So this is if you are interested in these papers, I think you can open in the Google Scholar of my name, and also in the Scopus. And then next, please. Yeah, I would like to report our best sensors today. We are using the functionalized using multi-wall carbon nanotube. This is a carbon nanotube. And this is published last month. So this is a new papers. Then in Royal Society of Chemistry, in analysis papers. Okay, next please. The system is similar. If you visit my lab, all the instrument is built by our lab, not sophisticated instrument for making the nanofiber until measurements of the sensors. Okay, next please. And this is the characteristic of the SM image upon the carbon nanotube overlay on the nanofiber. It is clear there's a totally difference between with and without carbon nanotube in this case. And also we check with the Raman spectra and also another type of Fourier transform infrared. Sorry. So next. This one, sensor response, very high response. And then here we can correlate between the shifting of different concentration of the carbon nanotube. And next, yeah, this is another issue. This is very high sensitivity of the ammonia. This is a response, but it's not small response compared to the ammonia one. So this one is we try to make sure that the sensor for ammonia sensors. Also the stability, we check after before 1 month, we check the number of days. We try to check every day, and we have the stability of the sensors in this case. Okay, next please. And this is a comparison between our device with another. Here is we have a very high sensitivity in this case, around, I'm not sure this one's sensitivity is here. It's 23.3. This is very high. Start from 0.00 ppm per hertz until 3 ppm per hertz. Then we have more, the best one is 23 ppm per hertz. This is our last papers. Okay, next please. And this one is another characteristic of our sensors. About the range of detection is also very low, I think. And LOD, LOD is also very low. Yeah, about 50 ppb. Compared to the first slide of my presentation, the requirement for the sensor for detecting chronic disease is around more than 100 ppm. So this is, sorry, more than 100 ppb. This is a 50 ppb. Okay, next. Yeah, this is a sensing mechanism that we proposed, actually. We don't know if this is exactly true or not, but we need another analysis by using the computational science. And so I invite you, if you like, you are interested in this study. So yeah, at least this is published in this papers. Okay. Okay, next please. This is our last papers, last slide, I think. Yeah, development on ultra-sensitive ammonia sensor using functionalized multi-wall carbon nanotube overlaid on PBA polyphenol acetate nanofiber coated on QCM. Then we have the sensitivity very high with the rapid response also, 15 SCON of response, and the ultra low detection limit, 50 ppb. So hopefully we can use this sensor for application in medical diagnostic. So in the future, we would like to continue with study on real detection of breath, detection of ammonia in our breath in hospital. So it is also possible from chemistry or from physics staff, for example, if you are still in not a doctor's degree, I invite you to join, and we will make a requirement to have a PhD degree by research in application of our sensor. I think this is next, please. Yeah, thank you very much for your kind attention. I'm sorry for this very short talk, and hopefully we can make a collaboration in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Kuatriana, for the wonderful talk. Maybe please give applause to Professor Dr. Kuatriana. Thank you. I think we saved lots of time, Prof. Thank you. Maybe at the end of the session we have more time for the question and discussion. For the second presenter, I invite Mr. Conrad Rizal, PhD, to deliver the speech. Okay, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have a laser? It's okay. Thank you so much for the introduction, and first of all, thank you so much for the committee, all the faculty, dean, associate dean, faculty members at the University of Udayana University, for giving me this opportunity to come here and share my academic and industrial experience with all of you. I first came here as a tourist. First time I came as a tourist to see the beauty, nature, culture, the kindness, provided by Balinese people. And then I fell in love with Bali. I visited Udayana University. We jointly published a research paper with Professor Neumann Rupiasi and Professor Heri Shuanto together. And this paper is open access paper, Biosensor and Bioelectronics Journal, European journal, with an impact factor of 4.7, which is a good journal. So this is the third time I'm here, and with the aim to build collaboration with the academic researchers to share knowledge, and hopefully in the future increase partnership between the companies that in Canada and the academic institutions in Indonesia. So I have today 20 minutes of time. Let me see. Okay, all good. 20 minutes of time for this presentation. So, let me start with the presentation. So the title of this presentation is, as you can see, Magneto-optic plasmonics and its potential in the industry. As the name says, this presentation, magnetics, optics, we use laser, plasmonics, which is a free electron, conduction electron at the interface, combined these three physics, magnetics, optics, and plasmonics, and biology. So this is magneto-optics plasmonics, and its application in the industry as a sensor. This is a more or less a new science. It merges 4 types of physics. It's complex. It requires complex studies. Because of the complexities, some of the researchers have given up working on this technology. But myself, I'm taking this as an opportunity to develop new kind of sensors which has not yet been developed. And we are in Canada, a small group of 10 people, engineers, scientists, computer programmer, administration, accountant, finance manager, business manager, a small group of team from the last 5 years working on it in a small dark room, a laser room, a small dark room, trying to develop this kind of sensor. So, you can move on to the next slide. As you can see here, experimentally we have demonstrated, we have a research lab which is dedicated for innovation. While I was myself in the University of British Columbia in Canada, the Muroran Institute of Technology in Japan, I worked 5 years through the Japanese government's Monbuka Gakso Fellowship. I work in California, the University of California, San Diego, one of the top universities in the USA, for 2 years with the world-class leader researchers. And then back to Canada, York University. My last academic journey was York University in Toronto. After that, being an academic researcher, just like you, most of the time was to publish paper, working with a group, with the students, and trying to publish paper, go to the conference. But then I always wanted to apply. I wanted to make something out of the research. So when I started my company 5 years ago, we do similar type of research, but our focus is always on how we can improve, how we can innovate, how we can resolve every minor issues that comes along the way. So the focus is slightly different now. Instead of publication and research, our aim is to how to improve, how to fix error, and how to keep on improving our innovation. So at the end of the day, we make a device that can be applied to a real world application, right? So the application, this one here, you see, this is simple demonstration. This is a video. I think right now, I'm not able to click this link here. This shows with the angle of 0.5 degree left, 0.5 in this range. As you can see, the light reflected from the sensor. You can see here, within this range, at this angle, the light is completely vanished, or it's split into 2 regions. This is a dark line here. So this is called surface plasmon resonance. As we change the angle of incidence, this angle here, angle of incidence, at certain angle, the reflected light will become 0. So we use this as a detector, but this is a surface plasma resonance. But in our case, we will be using magnetics, also with magnet, to enhance or make our sensor more sensitive, which can detect extremely small changes in physical property of the material. Okay, next move on to next slide. So this is experimental demonstration. So today's presentation, I think I prepared it for a half an hour time, 34 slides, but I have only 20 minutes, maybe already 4 minutes gone. So the presentation title is divided into Introduction to Magneto-Optic Plasmonics, Mechanism of Magneto-Optic Plasmonics and Sensors, Application. It has many applications, but we are targeting 3 sectors: biomedical fields, environmental monitoring, and agricultural applications, future potentials of magneto-optic plasmonic sensors, challenges and limitations, and the conclusion summary. Let's move on to next slide. So, you can move on. So, brief history. So, this magneto-optic came from almost 1800 century. The first one, Michael Faraday, 1845, and then John Kerr, 1877, magneto-optic Kerr effect. After that, how magnetic field material can be explored using synchrotron X-ray technology, this region here. And currently, and also you have another region, laser, nonlinear, and ultra-fast magneto-optics. And finally, recently in the last, I would say a decade, and more recently, we are working on magnetoplasmonics and industrial application. So this is a brief history from 18th century to current now. The magneto-optics has been started from the simple magneto-optic Faraday effect to now we are trying to utilize that for application in many different fields, which has already been applied, but we are constantly trying to improve it because the existing surface plasma resonance sensor has already reached its limitations, so we're trying to improve its sensitivity and performance. Next slide. Just this is a simple lab setting here. Again, it doesn't show all the component, but what we need is a laser source, a polarizer of all the optical component here, obviously material sample, and then magnetic field generator, analyzer, optical detector. These are some of the components when you are working in a lab setting. Next slide. So next is the fundamental principle of magnetoplasmonics. Next slide. So principle of magnetoplasmonics. In one sentence, it's all about manipulating light at the nanoscale. When you say manipulating light combines electric field and magnetic field, right? Electric field and magnetic field traveling together. So what we're trying to do here, we manipulate, change. What we change? Applying magnetic field, we change intensity, we change angle of rotation. So magnetoplasmonics is all about manipulating light at the nanoscale. I mean, we all are familiar about nano. This is the age of nanotechnology. In mathematically, we said 1 nanometer is 10 to the power minus 9 meter, right? 1 billionth of a meter. You can imagine how small it is. Even the 1 nanometer itself is already too big. 1 nanometer, usually it has 3 to 4 atoms. Within an atom, there's another universe. You all know about it. The smaller that you make it, there's another universe in it. So just to give a sense of human body soul, the size of the soul is 10 to the power minus 18 nanometer. It is so small, so there's no way we can see it. So again, this is the nanotech, 10 to the power minus 9 nanometer. Next 4 to 5 years, we might be in pico age, 10 to the power minus 12 nanometer. 10 to the power minus 12 nanometer. So as we go smaller, there's an opportunity to develop new technology. So again, the magnetoplasmonics is all about manipulating, changing, controlling the property of light by applying magnetic field. Next, move on to next slide. Again, there are many materials here. I don't want to go details, but as you can see, starting from gold, silver, many materials that have been used in magneto-optics. Next slide, please. So in terms of the in sensing technology, magnetoplasmonics, as you can see here, existing SPR sensor and the modified magneto-optic sensor. You can see these two curves here. These all are published, online access, together with myself and a group of researchers from Canada, Europe, Asia. We, in collaboration, these all papers are available online, open access. These are different applications here, you can see, and also future innovation, right? There's a huge potential to develop new technology, and okay, 10 minutes gone. I still have 10 more minutes. So huge potential to develop. Use magnetoplasmonics, for example, as I have bioimaging, environmental monitoring, these glucose monitoring already. You have a chemical sensing, disease detection in biosensing, leakage, gas detection, right? And pesticide detection in agriculture industry. So there are many possibilities of applying this new sensor in the industry. Next slide. So mechanism, again, detecting changes in the infinite small material properties. So again, we already have a sensors. This is the sensor everywhere. Even you drive vehicle, you go to home. I mean, sensors everywhere, right? What we are talking about, the sensor that can detect, physical property changes. For example, to give a simple example, if you have 1 glass of water, if I put 1 spoon of sugar, if I ask you, do you taste sugar? You say yes, because 1 glass of water and 1 spoonful of sugar. Instead of 1 spoonful of sugar, if I just put 1 grain of sugar, what do you say? You say, no, there's no sugar in it, right? What we are talking about, 1 billionth of a nanometer. If you have 1 glass of water, and if we put 1 billionth of a meter size that sugar grain, just imagine how small it is. There's no way to detect that the water has sugar particle in it, right? So that's why we need a highly sensitive sensor, right? So again, mechanism, you have a light, optical field, reflected light here, the activity happening, sensor is here, the sample is placed here. So detecting changes in we're able to detect the changes of the sample using this magnetoplasmonic configuration. Next slide, please. Again, these are our published paper. As you can see here, SPR, existing technology. What happens from one sample to another sample, the shift in this peak. You can see here, this is a magneto-optic plasmonic sensor. As you can see here, the slope of this curve. It's much easier to distinguish these two curves compared to these two curves. So this is the beauty of magneto-optic plasmonic sensors. What it is doing, it is amplifying signal by thousands of times, so it becomes more easy to detect. The whole idea is the magneto-optic plasmonic sensor, it amplifies, increases sample, so it's easier to distinguish between the different changes. Next slide. So again, role of nanoparticle. You can see sensitivity. I think already, most of the technical part already discussed to my previous speakers. Very related to what we have been doing in Canada. Tunable optical properties. Again, you can see the nanoparticle, the quality, the size, fabricated in the lab setting. Very good, uniform nanoparticles. Next slide. This is when it comes to actual sensor. You can see this is a sensor configuration here. Again, this is a nano size, maybe 50 nanometer thickness, many layers here. This is what is our patent, our know-how, right? The combination of many materials. It takes years and years to figure out what kind of combination of the nano sensor required to actually make a sensing instrument, right? Again, you can see using this sensor, we can detect cancer or early stage, all kind of disease here. So that's the aim of developing this sensor. We will be targeting, even though it has a many application area, we have to target which area, which sector is very important. So that's the part of the, when you develop sensing instrument, we'll focus specifically which disease to detect, which area to focus. Next slide. Many application, therapeutic monitoring, let's go. We can have discussion later. Also, you can have my contact number, the website, which you can go over it. You can still reach out to me in the future if you have any questions regarding this presentation. And also, this presentation will be available for the organizer. So if you are interested, you can also ask to get a copy of that. Next slide. Another is bioimaging using magnetoplasmonics. I would not go to the details of it at this time, but we can always discuss after the conference, after the event, or later. Next slide. Environmental change. Currently, we are trying to develop actually nanosensor for detecting nitrogen oxide in the atmosphere. Nitrogen oxide in the atmosphere, which is extremely small quantity available, and this is called poisonous gas. So anytime the amount of nitrogen oxide increases in the atmosphere, it says that it has a direct impact on a human lung. We don't know, we don't see it, right? But it has a direct impact on human lung. The amount is extremely small. So we're trying to detect nitrogen oxide in the atmosphere. The paper we collaborated with the Udayana University faculty member also detecting nitrogen oxide, but in the lab setting, we're actually making a sensing instrument. Next one, please. Again, contamination detection in water, in agriculture sector, we can also do, because the magnetoplasmic sensor, right? Real-time monitoring crop health by detecting, these are the different things you can see here. Next. Let me briefly give you case studies, very few of them. Next. So for example here, the detection of prostate-specific antigen, right, in blood sample is for the male prostate cancer. Likewise, identifying bacterial pathogens in clinical samples. Next slide, please. Again, as I mentioned, detecting nitrogen oxide, also it detect pollutant detection in the air, water quality monitor, for example, heavy metal contaminants in fresh water sources. Many SPR sensors have already been used. Surface plasmon resonance sensors have already been used. What we are trying to do is magneto-optic surface plasmon resonance sensor, which using that sensor, we should be able to detect the changes that the existing SPR sensor is not able to detect them. Next slide. So the potential. So as my previous speaker mentioned about it, opportunity to integrate with, now we have AI, right? I think data science already there, machine learning, AI, and eco-friendly materials by utilizing constant improvement on material, right? With the new technology, also, utilizing sustainable and biodegradable material in magnetoplasmonic sensors. Next slide. Again, when you say innovation, I think one previous slide. I think we went back. Okay, yeah, innovation. Next. So you see, we have an opportunity to miniaturize, integrate with smart technology. So miniaturization, so not much time left. So opportunity to miniaturize, right? So that's what we'll be doing. Initially, we started with a benchtop demonstration, like big laptop, you know, and all the optical instrument. And then now we move to Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi is small computer, right? It's no different than regular laptop. The size is much smaller. After that, we have some movable instrument. We try to reduce movable. For example, you can see the difference between Tesla and other regular car. Regular cars have over 600 movable part there, mechanically moving part. Tesla, only 20 movable part. Just imagine, if you have a 20 movable part, you can compare the maintenance. How less maintenance required when you have a less movable part in your instrument. Even the laptop, we had a hard disk before, right? Now they are using SD. So these are the things. Next slide, please. Time is running out. Again, integration with AI. Okay, now potential for commercializer, as I mentioned. There is a huge opportunity to commercialize this instrument. And because this is more related to magnetoplasmonics, I have not mentioned more about how we convert research to prototype thing. But at the last slide, I think it mentioned about the stage from idea generation to commercialization, right? So there's a potential for commercialization of this sensor. Next slide. Challenges. Next slide. Again, as a researcher, we know that the material compatibility, manufacturing complexity depending on the sensor configuration, these are some of the challenges. We constantly face them and address them. We have to address, keep on improving. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so the limitation in current is scalability. That is fabrication process and material combination, the sensor configuration. Scalability means to produce in large number. Mass production is still very challenging, right? We're still on the developing stage. So this is a challenge. Hopefully in the future, once we are fully, able to commercialize, and able to produce in large number and then market them. Next slide. So again, as I mentioned you, I think almost in the last pages, idea generation to design prototype. We are in this stage here, comparison study, this is 4 to 5, transition. This is from actually academic to manufacturing. This is simply, these are the 9 stages here. Idea generation to product commercialization. Here we have just shown 6 stages. Usually in the industry setting, academic setting, project startup, initial research, test the current service with the user, develop prototype, test prototype, and then prototype handoff and transition to, okay. These are the certain stages we have to follow. And in our company, we are in this region we're working on, right? Prototyping, and then transition either to, once prototype, what happens? We start testing the hospitals, if it's a biosensor, working with the Ministry of Environment Science. So these are the things. Once we have an instrument ready, we test our prototype, and once after that, what happens? Go to commercialization. Next slide, please. Again, these are the conclusions. Next slide. Okay, so within the month, end of this month, we are going to publish a book called Magnetoplasmonics Fundamental Applications. As you can see, the cover page, myself, and she is from a Japanese researcher who currently working in the USA, Houston University in Texas. We have been collaborating on nanomaterial fabrication for a long time. So this book, 400-page long book, will be coming, Elsevier publication by the end of this month, November. we worked for the last 2 years, and finally we'll have this book will have detail of the conversation that I discussed today, physics, math, application, theory, very useful book for both students, engineers, researchers, beginners, very well written for the last 3 years. We spent a lot of time, creating this book. Another one here, and also this is my personal profile, conrad.c-narrow.com. You can go over it, find out details. Also, every year we run an international event with the 4 partners in Canada. The 5th international event will be in the month of April 1921. The website here is https:///icapmut.ca. So this is a conference event. Hopefully, some of you will be able to come and as a visitor, guest lecturer, invited speaker. And if you like to learn more about, you can actually Google Scholar, Google search company website, and this is my personal website. And also, as I mentioned you, this book is coming at the end of this month, or at least formally maybe by the first week of January. Is there any slides left? Or is this the last slide? Looks like this is the last slide. Okay. So that's my presentation, and I'm more than happy to take your questions during the discussion time or during lunch time, after the event. And please feel free to let me know, ask questions if you have anything. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Conrad. You may please have a sit down. Thank you. Please give applause once more to Dr. Conrad Rizal for the nice talk. Okay, as I explained before, the discussion part will be put at the end of this session. We move to the last presenter. I invite Dr. Sabita Bandari. Okay. Okay, thank you. The time is yours. I hope Dr. Sabita Bandari gave insight how to bring our product to the market, maybe different with the 2 speakers. Okay, thank you. Your time is.
Good morning, everyone. A warm greetings to faculty, dean, professors, all the plenary speakers, invited speakers, all the faculty members, and all the students who have joined this conference. I am Dr. Sabita Bandari from Nepal. Professionally, I am a banker. I work in government bank based in Kathmandu, Nepal. I am a PhD holder in sustainable energy management. This might be the reason how I connected to this conference. Thank you to Dr. Conrad Rizal for connecting me to Mr. Putu. Also thanks to Mr. Putu for inviting me within a short period of time. It was quite difficult for me to manage and arrange to come to Bali and present my work, but I did it. So thank you so much for inviting me. Okay, going to my presentation title, my title, Exploring the Impact of Solar Energy on Household Consumption and Sustainable Development. Okay, my presentation consists this content, as you can see in the screen: introduction to solar energy, solar potential and economic growth in Nepal, benefits, barriers, and future prospects. Now, talking about the solar energy is one of the most renewable energy around the world, which is used for generating electricity. for many purposes, especially for household consumption, it would be one of the most reliable and better energy source. Now, how the solar energy is used in Nepal? Nepal has a significant role and energy potential of solar energy. It plays a key role to renewable energy, especially in rural areas where access to electricity is very limited. Nepal possesses around 50,000 terawatt hours, which far exceeds the country's hydroelectric capacity. Since it is a developing country, now, what are the government goals to support the solar energy best for developing country like Nepal? The Nepalese government aims to increase per capita electricity consumption to 1,500 kilowatt by 2026-27, highlighting the need for renewable energy sources. Also, with a target of 8.5% economic growth by 2030. The integration of solar energy into the national grid is essential for Nepal to elevate its status to a middle-income country by 2030. So the major research objectives of my presentation is transforming the household consumption, fostering sustainable development, identifying barriers and solution. Now, talking about the solar potential and economic growth in Nepal. I think solar energy is only the one of the renewable resource that could help the developing country like Nepal for sustainable economic growth. Now, economic benefits. Solar energy can create jobs, stimulate local economies, and reduce energy cost for household, contributing to overall economic growth. Investment opportunity. There are lots of solar projects in Nepal where government has been investing for larger projects to enhance the solar energy consumption for electricity production. Long-term savings. Likewise, it could also help in long-term savings for the future perspective. Now, how can government initiate the use of solar energy consumption? Incentives for solar adoption, public-private partnership, and policy framework. Comparison with hydroelectric resources. Hydroelectric limitation. Hydroelectric power has been a primary source. Its dependence on seasonal rainfall poses challenge for consistent energy supply. Solar as a complementary resource. Solar energy can also complement hydroelectric resources like wind energy, providing a more reliable and diversified energy mix for Nepal. The third one is energy security. By diversifying energy sources, Nepal can enhance its energy security and resilience against climate-related disruptions. Future economic prospects. Solar energy for the future economic prospects could be growth potential, community engagement, innovations and in technology. Now the last section is regarding benefits, barriers and future prospects. Affordable energy source, property value increase and the health benefits. The reduction of air pollution from decreased reliance on fossil fuels leads to improved health outcomes in reducing respiratory disease. Barriers to access in rural areas. Nepal is a country where still more than 2 billion people lacks electricity consumption. So solar energy could be one of the major renewable source for the electricity where people are still lacking the consumption of electricity. Infrastructure challenge, awareness and education, targeted solutions needed. The role of renewable energy technologies, closing the energy gap, enhancing the quality of life, supporting environmental sustainability. Future prospects of solar energy in Nepal. Growth, expansion potential, community engagement and education, innovations and technological advancement. The future of solar energy in Nepal looks promising with potential for growth and expansion in both urban and rural areas. Engaging communities and providing education on solar energy will be vital for fostering acceptance and adoption. Continued innovations in solar technology will also enhance efficiency and affordability, making solar solutions more accessible to all. Now at last, conclusion and recommendation regarding solar energy. The major findings is about the potential to transform household consumption and foster sustainable development in Nepal. The government also should focus on attracting private sector investment, enhancing energy service delivery, and advocating for clean energy. The stakeholders must also collaborate to overcome barriers and promote the widespread adoption of solar energy for sustainable development in future for Nepal. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Savita. Please, you may have a sit down.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I think we have a lot of time for the discussion session, around maybe 20-25 minutes. Maybe for the first session, I give maybe 1 or 2 questions, please. Is there any question? Okay. Yeah, please raise your hand. Okay. Please stand up and mention your name.
Well,
Okay,
thank you
please.
so much for the opportunity. My name is Putra. I'm from Biology Department, Universitas Udayana. So I have a lot of questions, like 100 questions, but it's a joke. So my first question is especially for Prof. Kuat. This is so impressed me about the ammonia sensors, right? So you said before in your presentation that detect low ammonia concentration with high sensitivity. So I was just wondering about the environmental factors. How do environmental factors such as humidity and temperatures impact the accuracy and durability of ammonia sensors? And my second question is for Dr. Sabita. So this is quite interesting actually about the about solar energy. So as you can see here in Bali and in Indonesia, it's still uncommon for households to use solar energy because we totally agree that one of the challenges in using solar energy is the high cost. So how is Nepal addressing this issue? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Putra. Yeah, I think I give time for Professor Kuat to answer the first question. How the sensibility affect by the environment? I think the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mas Putra. It's good questions. About the environmental factors, I think this issue is already solved before publishing our paper. All the review, of course, mentioned about the environmental factors, including humidity, of course, and then what you call temperatures and others. So in our system of measurements, the environmental factors can be overcome by loading the silica gels at least, and the remaining of the effect of the effect of the humidity, for example, is still corrected by the equations in the system. So it is no problem. At this time, our environment factor is safe, and the system can be applied in some kinds of medical devices. I think this is all, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Kuat. How was it, Pak Putra? Okay, thank you. I think the second question, please, Dr. Sabita to give some explanation to Pak Putra, please.
Okay. Yes, you are correct. Solar energy price is high for household consumption. But regarding Nepal, government has been providing subsidies through different banks and financial institutions for many households, providing rupees 1 lakh for installation of solar energy. Regarding Nepal, okay, talking about Indonesia, I don't have much idea about how solar energy has been used in Indonesia, or government has been providing any subsidies or not. But I recommend if the government support with the help of financial institutions could provide solar energy for the households, like in Nepal, that could be one of the best reason. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sabita. I think maybe if our government is agree with whatever explained by Dr. Sabita, maybe we can also think how to fix solar energy in our house. Okay, thank you. Maybe, is there any other question, please? Okay, you may please.
Okay, so my name is Ferry. I think I'll just ask the questions to Dr. Sabita on top of what's previously asked. So we in Netherlands, we see that program from the government quite some years ago, and we see the increment of adoption of solar energy at home, even during the apartments, right? But then as the government start, let's say, giving less subsidies, let's put it like that, at the end of the day, we need to keep some tax money in the bank, then the adoption starts declining, right? Again, yes, the price is still expensive for most households. And then the subsidy goes down because at the end of the day, the government cannot sustain all the subsidies all way long. And as Nepal also still kind of like, I guess, is in the midst of the beginning of this journey, right? And learning from other European countries where the adoption is also going down because of the subsidies finishing. What are the plans from the Nepal government or the banks to kind of like, slow down that reduction of adoptions because the subsidies less and less over the year? Because at the end of the day, of course, as government or banking sector, you do have a lot more sectors that you need to take care of. You cannot just push into one topic, right? Then your subsidy will go down eventually. But then how to make sure that as you go down, the adoption is still growing as planned? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, there are the subsidies has been declining in Nepal as well, but with the help of Nepal Electricity Authority, some agreement has been made to adopt solar energy potentials to finance in larger projects in Nepal through different banks in manufacturing and industrial sector, so that it could also promote the use of solar energy based in large consumption. Yeah, that is the one for future plan. Thank you.
Maybe I can quickly add. So I can quickly add to it. Actually, I'm also one of the co-authors of this presentation. I think to address your question, the government, I think, what they're trying to do is to, encourage the solar production to even the small scale to connect with the national electric grid. So buy that power, right? Even few megawatt, 10 megawatt, 50 megawatt, whatever the amount is. So encouraging them to increase solar, power, and then trying to encourage them to connect locally or local grid and then national grid. That way to motivate them, to sell that back, buy that, generation power, encourage them to use of more production, right? Okay.
That's the national grid is also one of the future plan in Nepal. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sabita. Thank you also, Mr. Conrad, for some more explanation. Thank you for the question, Pak Perry. Yeah? Okay, thank you. Maybe, is there any other question? Yes, please. Oh, sorry, Pak Teddy. Yeah. Okay, please, Pak Teddy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the chance given to me. I have two questions. My first question goes to Dr. Conrad. Okay, my first question is about when we develop the biosensor, of course we will face the challenges. So what type of challenges did you face in the development of the magneto-optical biosensor? Yeah, that's the first question. And my second question goes to Professor Kuat and also Dr. Conrad. in case we develop the biosensor, Professor Kuat did develop the quad crystal microbalance based biosensor, and also Dr. Conrad been developed the optical based biosensor such as magnetoplasmonic. So how about the selectivity of the biosensor? Because in the real use, the biosensor will face many types of biomolecules. So how the biosensor makes sure that this instrument detect the specific analyte or biomolecule? Because when we talk about the detection by the biosensor, suppose that we are going to detect glucose in the blood, but we know that in the blood many type of biomolecule over there. So how to make sure this? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, Pak Teddy. Maybe I give the time for the Dr. Conrad to answer the question first, please.
Okay, first of all, I think thank you for asking the questions, very important questions, very practical. You asked one about the challenges, right? In terms of the challenges, I mean, starting from technical to financial as a company, you know, in the lab setting, the sensor fabrication, right? For example, in our case, when we wanted to fabricate our sensor, we even couldn't, the quality of the fabricated sample within Canadian manufacturing industry, not in academic setting. For example, we have the University of Toronto, the University of British Columbia, where I graduated from, and the McGill University in Montreal. There are three top universities in Canada. Even the nanofabrication research lab is, is not sufficient for us, for our sample, the quality. For the research work, for publication, for lab work is still great. So the challenges of having refined high quality nanostructure, right? So we had to send it to Belgium, the IMAC. The lab itself is huge, like a football ground. The lab itself is huge, nanofab center. So we had to send outside Canada to manufacture, fabricate our sample, right? Once the sample is back to the lab, I think some of the questions previously asked about, humidity, the environment, temperature, these are very, very practical, very important question you ask, and I think already my previous speaker mentioned about how they address for this sensor, but in our case, we are using multi-layer structure, right? Almost 40 to 50 different layer nanostructures, very complex, consist of many ferromagnetic, non-magnetic semiconductor, many different material combination, the nanosensor, which is our patented nanostructure know-how, right? And then when you are working in a lab setting, one of the challenges is the temperature control. Even the variation of, these lasers, 1/10 of a degree still has a huge impact on the laser output, right? What we have used in the lab setting is temperature controller. What that temperature controller does, it controls temperature 1/1000th of a degree. So you can imagine how important controlling temperature. As well as in the lab setting, so that's a technical challenge, controlling temperature, and as well as how we can control the humidity, the environment, right? In a lab setting, from morning to evening, even you have set of 24 degrees centigrade, because it's so sensitive, right? Our instruments, our sensors are so sensitive. So this is something, one, we use temperature controller, but also I think we have to find a way, just like previous speaker mentioned about, how to calibrate those, compensate humidity and other changes, right? These challenges are still there. We have to consistently improve, right? Keep on improving on that. So that's the challenges part I think you want to know. We can discuss more about that later, okay? I think I addressed that part. Next.
Okay, okay, thank you, Dr. Mr. Conrad. Okay.
Yeah.
The second question, I please Professor Kuat to answer that.
Yeah, this is the same
Thank you.
issue of developing sensor, I think. In terms of selectivity is a very crucial term in sensor development. In the case of QCM-based sensors, at this moment we can make the sensor to be selective to, for example, ammonia and also alcohol. But so far, we are not able to differentiate in the alcohol family, for example. We cannot differentiate between ethanol and methanol and another family members of the alcohol, for example. Also, about the ammonia, and then compared to the MA, for example, indicating of the rotten of the fish, it is also difficult to differentiate. So there are challenges. But even if you have sensor with low selectivity, you still can apply the sensor if you have many type of sensors with low selectivity, then combined to be sensor array, combined with the machine learning, then you will have electronic news. So don't worry. We're using electronic news, of course, we can make a pattern for representing the specific objects of analytes, even in the complex of analytes in the gas space, but using the electronic noise combined with machine learning and AI and so on, you still have challenges for applying the sensors. Don't worry, still any possibility to apply these sensors. Thank you. I think it's
I'd like to quickly talk about selectivity, which you mentioned, right? It's extremely important questions. I think, let's say, if we are detecting one gas, how do you differentiate that you are detecting a specific gas, like ammonia, nitrogen oxide? I think, isn't that the biomarker? Yeah. Sometime I think we have to know the biomarker of that particular sample, right? Yeah. I think in that case only we can concretely say that we are detecting that particular sample, right? I think that biomarker part is challenging, like the thousands of material in the atmosphere. So how do we, maybe some industries, I think they especially work on, different biomarkers.
I think so.
Right?
We can use antigen and antibody. This is antigen and antibody as the pair of the very specific analytes and the host. So if you put your antibody, I don't know, and sensor like the magnetoplasmonic, for example, then you make a very selective to the specific analyte that is antigen or the pair of the antibody. This is possible also.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kuan, and thank you, Mr. Conrad. Maybe we still have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Maybe one question. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you for the time that has been given to me. I am Widi, a biology student from Udayana University. Here I have some questions that I want to ask to Dr. Conrad, and I have 3 questions. Is that okay? Yeah.
Maybe one question, please, because we have only 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So the main point question from me is that from the explanation about nanotech is that it can manipulate the light using the magnetic field, and as I know, nanotech can also mean that we can manipulate other things in a atom and subatomic scale, and for that, as we know that the problem we all challenge this day, facing this day, I mean, that is the global warming. And for that, how can we use nanotech to help the problem like the global warming? Thank you.
Okay, you can time. So
Okay.
thank you.
So I think your questions about, I think, global warming, which is, I mean, slightly different than exactly what I'm doing, but the discussion, the questions about manipulating, magnetic field, using light by using, magnetic field, and applying that, applying that to real world applications. So that's I think what we are actually working on. For example, the sensor is a material. It's a combination of metal, semiconductor, magnetic, non-magnetic, polymer, all kind of combination. That's the sensor material. And by and then what happens, we use optical laser in different wavelength, starting visible, which is 400 to 700 nanometer. We're using 632 nanometer standard, 515 nanometer, and 785 nanometer, which is infrared. For example, when you're using a remote at your home TV, these are infrared. You don't see, these are not visible. 785 nanometer infrared laser passing through the sensor. What happens when you apply magnetic field? We can change. What happens? Anytime you are passing light, I think in one of the slides I showed that whenever light is hitting a sample, three things happen. Light will reflect, light will pass, light will absorb, right? Reflection, absorption, and transmission. That total, if you sum all three, that will be equal to the actual incident light. Now, when you apply magnetic field, the reflected light position can change, intensity can change, the direction of reflection can change. That we are calling manipulation, right? Changing the property of light by using external field. Can be magnetic, can be rotation, material. So that is the actual lab work testing we're doing, right? When I mentioned manipulating. Now, your question about I think global warming. This is now I'm trying to think that a global warming is caused, I think, by many different factors. This is a completely another topic. There are many factors: environmental factors, human factors, so many factors, right? I think during COVID, after COVID also the total environment got changed, because during COVID, I think people didn't drive vehicles. Many people stayed inside home. After COVID, environmental, changed a lot, and also you might have already, know that the global warming is, getting worse and worse. I think in order to relate what we are working and manipulating light into for making sensor, I don't right now think of a direct link between that, but I think there is a sensor. As we develop sensor, that sensor maybe can be used, right? Applied to detect the temperature change in the atmosphere, right? Maybe something we can think about it and see how we can apply that. The impact of global warming, and then how we can use that. So something we can think about it, right? Hopefully, if you have further questions, you can see me during lunch period. And as I mentioned, we can think about how we can apply this magnetoplasmonic sensor for, obviously we have already used in nitrogen oxide detection, atmospheric pollutant detection, already we are working on that. Now global warming is temperature change, has many different factors. Maybe we can use our sensor to detect at least one or two parameters that cause global warming in the near future, okay?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Conrad. I think the time also over, yeah? Finished for this session. Thank you so much for all the plenary speakers for the very interesting lecture today. And also thank you for the all participants that already participate in this session actively to make this session is very, very live like that. Okay. I think this is at the end of the session. And then I would like to say thank you for all of to the speaker and also all to the participant. And then thank you.
Once again, can we have a round of applause for the first plenary session? It was very remarkable. Thank you very much to all the respective moderator and also speakers, also for the participants for the active engagement questions and answer. And thank you very much once again, Ibu Prof. Nino Mandrupiase for moderating this first plenary session. And we would like to have a token appreciations for all of the speakers today. Thank you very much for the insightful session, and please kindly remain on stage or please arise. And we would like to invite Ibu Dr. Professor Waltiniase as the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics to give or deliver the token of appreciation. Please come on stage, Ibu. And we will be proceed by a group photo session. Thank you very much. Please, to our photographer, take the momentous moment for today, for the first plenary session. Once again, we would like, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our immense gratitude for the expertise of the speakers for the first plenary session, for the knowledge sharing, and we hope the discussion will further, perhaps until lunch or until the end of the conference. We will be engaging and will bring benefits to all participants and parties involved. Please, a round of applause for our speakers. Do not hesitate. And we will proceed with a group photo for the moderators, speakers, and also the dean of our Faculty of Mathematics. Give your best smile towards the camera on 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much once again, our speakers and also moderator today. Thank you very much once again. And for the following agenda, we will proceed to the second plenary session and will be moderated by Ibu Gusti Ayuwida Mastrika Giri, Ascom MSc. And the speakers for this second plenary session will be Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Nurdin MSc Ibu Asian Eng from University of Haluwelo, and also Mr. Ferry Harris from VH International Consulting, BV Netherlands. Haluwelo, Haluwelo. A little bit of laughing ya, tertawa sedikit ya sebelum kita lanjutkan ke sesi plenary kedua. Sudah siap Bapak Ibu? Partisipan semua? Perfect. Okay, let's start to Ibu, for the moderator, Ibu Gusti Ayuwida Mastrika Giri, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vida and I'm from informatics study program here in Udayana University, and it is an honor for me to serve as your moderator today in the second session. In this second session, we have the opportunity to hear insights from two of our outstanding professionals here, Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Nurdin, MSc IPU ASEAN Eng, and Mr. Ferry Harris. Yeah, we will explore valuable insights from their experiences in environmental chemistry and in cybersecurity. Yeah, our speakers' expertise may seem quite different. Yeah, at first glance. Yeah, one of them is environmental chemistry, and one of them is cybersecurity. Yeah, although these topics are in different areas, they are connected. I think they are connected by a shared goal. Yeah, to creating a safer and sustainable world. Yeah. Okay, this session will be divided into two sessions. The first session is presentation, around 20 minutes for each speakers, and then 20 minutes for discussion. Later in the discussion, if you have a question, you can raise your hand and remember to state your name and institution. Okay. Now I will introduce our speakers. Yeah. Please show the CV of Prof. Nurdin first. Okay, Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Nurdin, MSc IPU ASEAN Eng, obtained his PhD through a collaborative program between the University of Indonesia and the Tokyo Institute of Technology in Japan, specializing in environmental chemistry and material science. He also holds an MSc from the University of Tasmania in Australia and BSc in chemistry from Hasanuddin University in Indonesia. His research is in nanomaterials and environmental chemistry topics. Thank you for being here with us, Prof. Yeah. Now our second speaker is Mr. Ferry Harris, a professional in cybersecurity field. Yeah. Mr. Ferry Harris is the CEO and founder of FEHA, a Netherlands-based company that serves as a trusted partner for startups and scale-ups globally, focusing on IT risk management and cybersecurity solutions. Academically, Mr. Ferry holds an MSc in the Business Information Technology from the University of Twente and BSc in Computer Science from the University of Indonesia. Thank you for being here with us, Mr. Ferry. Okay. Before we continue to our presentation, I'd like to start with a quick question for both of you. Okay. Could you tell us about what makes you interested in your field? for Prof. Nurdin in environmental chemical and Mr. Ferry in cybersecurity. Please, a quick explanation.
Okay, thank you so much. It's very nice moderator. Today is very beautiful, I think. Yeah, give applause to the moderator. Okay. Well, why I like it, the chemistry actually. When I senior high school, actually I am from the vocational school from the analytical chemistry school. So I just continue my specialization. Yeah, my specialization to the Hasanuddin University. I took a chemistry, continued to my master and my PhD still in line, still in chemistry, in environmental chemistry, and the material science for environment. So we call it the material for chemistry. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Please continue, Mr. Ferry.
Okay, so for me, let me start with, because I see some students here. I'm one of an example that when you hate something, you end up working on it. So basically throughout my university time at University of Indonesia, with all due respect to teachers from the informatics in this university, I hate it so much.
Can I access the camera?
However, I find my love when I have a cryptography class. So from that on until now, I work in this field. So again, there is still hope. So that's my story.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nurdin and Mr. Ferry for sharing the experiences. Yeah. So now we are ready to going to the first session to presentation. Prof. Nurdin, are you ready? Yes. Okay, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, the dean, respective dean, before that, rector, vice rector, vice dean, and esteemed guests, and also all the committee and all the audience who attend in this prestigious seminar. I am deeply honored and privileged to stand before you today as the speaker at the third Science and Technology International Conference, Stic 2024. My name is Muhammad Nurdin. It's already introduced by the moderator. I'm sorry to make a lot only. Today I have the distinct pleasure of addressing a topic of immense importance in the field of chemistry, which also, right. Okay. Yeah, which also hold great promise for our environment. Our focus today is on environmental sensor, yeah, for environmental pollutants. The next slide, please. Okay, this already introduced our brief curriculum vitae. So move to the next slide, please. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, as we delve into the field of electrochemical sensor for environmental monitoring. This illustration effectively summarizes the first application and critical component of this sensor in safeguarding our environment. Let's break down each section to understand the scientific significance and practical application of electrochemical sensor. Next slide, please. Yeah, today we will delve into the fascinating journey of nanocatalysts, an area of research and development that has significantly evolved over the years. Our story begins with Renz in 1921, who first observed photocatalytic phenomena on the surface of the metal oxide semiconductor. Yeah. However, from 1921 to 1960, progress in this field was stagnant, and photocatalysis was seen as less desirable. To turning point came in 1972 when Fujishima made a groundbreaking discovery. He demonstrated the breakdown of water into hydrogen and oxygen, using a single crystal of TiO2 with low energy UV light input. This pivotal moment marked the emergence of photocatalysis as a popular and high relevant field of the study. Next slide, please. The photocatalytic mechanism of TiO2 is a vital process in which TiO2 is activated by sunlight, generating electron-hole pairs. Minimizing electron-hole recombination is crucial to enhance its efficiency. TiO2 photocatalysis can be applied to reduce heavy metal pollution by oxidizing heavy metal into less toxic foam, and to mitigate CO2 emission by catalyzing CO2 decomposition. This photochemical reaction primarily occur on the TiO2 surface, where pollutants interact with the light activated catalyst. Understanding this mechanism is essential for various environment applications, such as reducing heavy metal in water and CO2 in a sustainable manner. Next slide, please. Yeah. Titanium dioxide is a material of paramount importance in environmental application due to its unique chemical and physical properties, which we can observe through its two primary crystalline form, rutile and anatase. Each form has distinct atomic arrangement that influence its reactivity and stability. Rutile, known for its high stability, is frequently used in application requiring durability, such as coating and pigment. Meanwhile, anatase, with its high surface area and efficient electron transfer properties, is prepared in photocatalysis, making it high effective in environment remediation, where pollutant degradation under exposure is crucial. Next slide, please. Allow me to introduce the dedicated team that I have the privilege to lead. This team represents a blend of experience, fashion, and talents, bringing together expertise across multiple levels to drive our research forward and sustainable technology. As the lead supervisor, I, along with my esteemed co-supervisor, Dr. Zul Arham and Dr. Faisal Mustafa, guide and oversees our research project. Together, we strive to create an environment that foster innovation, critical thinking, and scientific rigor. Also, we have the international partner from UKM, yeah, from France, and from Japan. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. In summary, our team's collaborative spirit and commitment to excellence drive our research forward. Each member, from supervisors to students, play a vital role, and together we strive to make significant contribution to the field of environmental science. I take pride in sharing my recent research finding on the application of TiO2, which have been published in various Web of Science and the Scopus indexed international journal. My research has made significant contribution across various fields, encompassing the 5 key categories: electrochemical sensor, COD sensor, gas emissions mitigation, antimicrobial, and solar cell. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. Specifically in this forum, I will explain the publication I have summarized in this presentation. This research represent a summary of a series of fundamental studies investigating various aspects of TiO2 utilizations in environmental technology, photocatalyst, detection center, and water treatment. During our explorations, this research encompasses the development of a reactor design for a chemical oxygen demand flow system, yeah, aimed at supporting environmental pollutions monitoring and control. Next slide. This research focused on the use of TiO2 as an electrode modifier material for carbon in the context of voltammetry. Voltammetry is an electrochemical analysis method used to understand the electrochemical response of a substance. In this research, TiO2 is employed to modify carbon electrode, enhancing their performance in various applications such as electrochemistry and sensors. The use of TiO2 as an electrode modifier can be improve the conductivity and activity of carbon electrodes, establishing more sensitive detection and faster response to the analysis being tested. Next slide, please. We have previously published the result of our research in the Web of Science and the Scopus indexed journal regarding the detection of pesticide and phenol micropollutants. These results are very promising in increasing the sensitivity of the voltammetric detection. Next slide, please. The modeling of TiO2 as modifier for carbon-based electrode present a promising avenue for enhancing electrochemical performance. TiO2 semiconductor properties including high surface area, good electrical conductivity, and chemical stability make it compelling choice for electrode modification. This modeling enables a deeper understanding of TiO2 electrochemical behavior and its impact on analytical detection. Next slide. Yeah. In the study, we have successfully fabricated a graphene-modified anatase TiO2 carbon phase GTC nanocomposite as shown in the figure 1. Next slide, please. We conducted an investigation of the response of the GTC, graphene-modified anatase TiO2 carbon phase, to a phenolic compound across a concentration range, as can be seen in the figure 2. Now, next slide, please. Now we are going to the application of TiO2 as a COD sensor. TiO2 can be used as a COD, chemical oxygen demand sensor, in water quality monitoring due to its photocatalytic properties. It is sensitive to organic compound and can be integrated into electrical or optical sensors. TiO2-based sensors are portable, cost-effective, and offer stability, making them suitable for on-site COD measurement in water sample. Next slide. We are going to do the application of TiO2 as a COD sensor. Previously, we have published our research finding in Web of Science and the Scopus Index Journal, elucidating the investigation of chemical oxygen demand COD through the utilization of TiO2. Our work concentrated on reactor design, enhancement of the photocurrent for amperometry, as well as the material modification of TiO2 through metal and non-metal doping. Next slide, please. In accordance with the research documented in the journal Analytical Bioanalytical Electrochemical, a flow system reactor was constructed based on the optimal UV light intensity. This implementation led to the remarkable structural arrangement of TiO2 titanium nanostructure, highly proficient in the degradation of surfactant within the sample, as can be seen in the figure 3. Next slide. In the figure 4, provide an illustrative representation of the flow system proof, meticulously crafted from cylindrical glass with dimension measuring 1.65 centimeter in diameter. Next, we are going to the application of TiO2 as photocatalytic and photoelectrocatalytic degradation. TiO2 is also widely utilized in photocatalytic and photoelectrocatalytic degradation. Effectively breaking down organic pollutant in water and in air. It is used for water and wastewater purification, air decontamination, self-cleaning surface, and environmental remediation. Its versatility and eco-friendly nature make it a valuable tool for addressing environmental and health related challenge through efficient pollutant degradation and clean energy generation.
I'm sorry, Prof. Nurdin, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, yeah. This is the application of TiO2 as photocatalytic and photoelectrocatalytic degradation. Move to the next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide. This is the application of TiO2 as photocatalytic degradation. So this is the morphology of the material. Next slide. This is the application of TiO2 as the photocatalytic degradation. Next slide. This is the schematic representation of the degradation process of methyl orange using gold TiO2 carbon nanophase photocatalysis. This is shown on the slide. The next application of TiO2 as the gas emission mitigations also have been done. And the next applications are, next slide please, the application of TiO2 as the gas emission mitigation. The next slide, photocatalytic reduction of mechanism of CO2 gas. Next slide. Yeah, and yeah, next slide. In closing, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to share our research journey and advancement with you all today. Our work in environmental chemistry and material science, particularly with titanium dioxide application, is driven by a vision to address critical environmental challenge and contribute to a sustainable future. The support from collaborators, students, and institutions has been invaluable in pursuing the boundaries of what we can achieve in this field. I invite you all to engage, collaborate, and continue exploring these possibilities together. Yeah, each of us, through our unique contribution, can make a meaningful impact. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your commitment to advancing science for a better world. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Nurdin, for sharing about the use for advanced materials like TiO2 in environmental monitoring and pollution control. Okay, now we'll move from environmental science to the topic of cybersecurity, a vital field today as we continuously using technology. Mr. Ferry, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. So I have to make some confession first, I think 2. First of all, apologize that I may not sound very scientific in this event. Yeah, my background is purely, in industry, not so much on scientific field. Yes, I do have my MSc, but that's a totally different story. And then number 2, just a heads up for those of you who are using Wi-Fi in this room. I can see what you're doing. And I'm not joking. Right? So just make sure that you don't do it for your banking at the moment, okay? Some people, I know that you are still working on some assignment for your students, some quiz. All right, so can I have my slide, please? All right, so yeah, as introduced earlier, my name is Ferry. Right now, I'm based in Amsterdam, in Netherlands. I do have my own company at the moment. We have a team back in Europe, And also now we are building a team here in Indonesia. And that's also part of the reason why I'm visiting Indonesia at this time. All right. So, but then the whole journey of this company start from the whole career that I have, which is pretty much the career that most people hate, which is IT auditor. Everybody hates auditor, including myself. But then something happened in 2017 that changed my whole perspective of what I can do to society. So if you go to Google after this talk, back in 2017, to be exact, 27th of June 2017, there is a worldwide ransomware attack called NotPetya. And at that time, I was the head of IT auditor for TNT Express. In an instance of 4 minutes, my job was shifting from head of IT audit, become a career for 3 weeks. I worked for between 11 p.m. until 3 in the morning because the whole system went down. No sorting machine works, but people still need to deliver their packages. Factories still need to deliver their products to another factory, right? So we manually, pick up the stuff, put every single thing on a pallet, wrap it up, and then push to another truck because all TNT and FedEx truck cannot work. For that 3 weeks, I experienced myself what is actually the impact of not being able to access our digital life. I'm not talking about just cybersecurity, but I'm talking about digital life. Because for most people, when we talk about cybersecurity, the image is always about hacking, data leakage, data breach, and so on and so forth. But in this case, nothing has been leaked. Nothing has been breached. It's just people cannot operate. There are, every single day, when I visit the contact center, I see people crying because the customers just shouting at them, hey, where's my package? This is my business. My customer is waiting for my package. Right? So it's no longer just about data, but it's all about our livelihood. Okay, so just to give you a hint why I changed the whole mindset and why it becomes an obsession later on throughout the years. So when I started this company, I work with these various companies. And the reason why I choose these companies for this presentation is because out of the 36 companies that I work with as a consultant, these are the companies where, and most of them are in Europe. I mean, I don't have any client in Asia yet. Most of these companies always work with vendors, smaller vendors, forward-looking vendors. So for example, let's take an example, a company called ASML. For those in physics, I guess, you must know what ASML is, what kind of devices that they produce. Basically, it's kind of like a printer for making a chip. But then what most people don't know is that to be able to produce this machine, ASML has to work with more than 3,500 suppliers. Starting from big suppliers, like Zeiss, up to the very small suppliers who only produce nuts and bolts. But somehow they need to combine everything together to make a perfectly working system and safe, because everything nowadays are software. Take an example of Genmap. Genmap is a biotech company fully doing research in cancer. As much as Genmap has their own in-house researcher, most of them are just individual professors, teachers, PhD students, master students in universities, research lab. every single thing that they do will be combined into a solutions to help cure cancer. So if the information, if the process breaks down, then either it delays the outcome of the research, producing the drugs that is very much needed at the moment, or actually, one of the scariest part for us is that the sequence that they do will be poisoned, as in like it is injected with something that's supposedly not be there, right? So again, when we talk about cybersecurity, it's not just about data breach, data leak, and all the typical things that you see on the news. The reason being is because nowadays, if I can change, our reliance on digital technology is growing every single minute, not just every single day. Sometimes it's every single second. Even nowadays, at least for us, okay, I said it wrongly because I'm not living here anymore, but at least for most of the participants who are still in Indonesia, sometimes it's very difficult for us to get up of our couch and then walk 100 meters or 200 meters just to buy food. We take out our phone, we order the food, and it's served in front of our table, right? That's our life nowadays. However, the problem is we have so much gap between what the large corporations can do and what smaller organizations can do, and including individuals, okay? Back to my example again, that sometimes my client work with a single researcher, a single professor. It doesn't have to be always big companies. But then how they protect themselves, how they protect their information, no one knows. Worst case, and this is very alarming for us in our industry, is that the professional who choose this industry, who choose this profession, is getting less and less and less. Every single year, we are talking about a gap more than 4 million worldwide. As much as I love to have more clients in my portfolio, it's very tiring because all these gaps that we have. Next. Oh, I think I don't need this one, right? All right. But throughout the journey that we work with these big clients, and then we work with their vendors, which is normally small, and again, there is no scientific paper on this one. But through our scanning, we realize actually, for most cases, it can be solved by what we call as cyber hygiene. It's something simple that you can do, and it still saves you more than 80% of the common issues that we have. So let's not talk about something fancy. Like if you go to the internet, you will find like, can I have a DLP, data leakage prevention tool, expensive. Can I have an XDR to protect my laptop, expensive. But if you do a lot of this cyber hygiene, most of the times that it is okay for 80% of the cases. And actually we need to emphasize this more and more to the society, right? And what better, simple terms is like, update your software. Make sure that you have strong and unique password. Yeah, Ferry, we heard about this so many times. We hate doing it. So am I. It's been 15 years I'm doing this, and I'm still talking about the same thing every single year. Nothing has changed. It's just progressing on how the technology helps. However, we believe that the cyber hygienes can empower individuals and also especially smaller organizations to strengthen the chain. And the reason why I use the term chain is, again, ASML cannot work if the chain is broken. GenMap cannot do their research if the chain is broken. So we are all now working in a chain. Sometimes people call it as, the weakest link in the chain, but basically, you got what I mean. We are working on a chain. Next, please. So what we are trying to do in our company, ever since that we discovered that for the first 3 years of our company, so by the way, we start our company as an advisory, as a consulting company. We use a lot of available tools available in the market. Then we realized that if we want to help the smaller organizations and individuals, we have to make the intangible becomes tangible. The reason why it is hard to convince someone to use a good password is because it is not visible just like your home. When you have your home, you see the doors, then you put locks, alarm, CCTV, gate, because you can see. But when it comes to your digital asset, somehow because you cannot see, your behavior towards the digital asset, digital security, becomes less and less. So what we are trying to do right now in our company is that we try to make sure that our communication with our smaller organizations becomes more tangible for them. And then we have to do continuous monitoring. Why? Because every time we say something, they will always say yes. Yes, we will do this. Of course, this is a great idea. But who can ensure that next week that actually they did it? Nobody knows. It's just, me trusting them. No, it's not possible. So we have to embed the continuous monitoring through technology. And then the last one is one overview, because again, for smaller organization, individuals, they cannot work with multiple tools. Everything has to come together. Next. So for the past 6 months, this is what we have been working hard to work. And actually, just for information, most of these are developed by engineers and students in Indonesia. My team in Europe are fully experienced consultants and auditors, advisors. But all the engineers, including the AI engineers, the security engineers, are all from Indonesia. So with this platform that we are working on, we try to visualize every single step that they are doing will contribute to a level of compliance to certain things. So for example, in this case, I'm trying to show people if you are doing certain things and we can monitor it properly, then okay, if you are in Singapore, you need to be compliant with the privacy law locally. What is your compliance level? If you are a financial service company, fintech, even though you are just 10 people, then what is your compliance towards the local monetary authority of Singapore requirements? And with this overview, we try to make sure that everybody can see, make it tangible of the discussion, right? And all of this also generated by AI, by the way. It's not like there's a plenty of consultants behind my company. And we use AI in our company and we push it to the edge. So for example, the report that I just sent you about SMU, wow. I miss you? Okay, all right. So, again, it's occupational hazard. So before I come here, I scan I miss you system. And the system found out quite a number of things that can be improved, right? But then through the AI engine that we train, instead of saying, okay, this is 100 issues that you need to fix, try to fix this top 3 and not based on the level of criticality, because sometimes the highest or the higher criticality that you have, actually the longer it takes for you to fix. But if you fix something, what we call as low-hanging fruit, then your overall risk goes down. Then, as a small business, as individuals, you can still move on with your life. Right? So basically, we are using technology, we are using AI to push where we can, I'm not saying replace, but to augment humans. So at the moment, with what we have, we save 8 consultants, FTE, and we are trying to push up to 15. So basically, the idea is that in our company, one consultant can support 15 companies at the same time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ferry,
Yeah.
2 minutes
Yeah.
left.
And then, last slide. So, one thing that I realize is that as much as we still working with big corporations, we are here, and together with the help of Indonesian engineers and also students, we want to make sure that there is a very close cooperation with the different stakeholders. And we want to make sure that cybersecurity is accessible for all, no matter what size your company is, no matter whether you are a commercial entity, whether you are educational institution, whether you are non-profit organizations, everybody have to have access to cybersecurity. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferry, for sharing about digital life, cybersecurity topic, one of our main concerns right now in the digital world. Okay, now we'll open the discussion session. If you have a question for Prof. Nurdin or Mr. Ferry or both of them, please raise your hand. Remember to state your name and institution. Okay, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Pak Ferry, for the insight regarding the cybersecurity. So my name is Chok Rai. I'm from the Computer Science Department from Udayana University. You talk about the cybersecurity, and you give some example of how do we secure our home. Now, do you think the most critical part in order to secure our digital aspect is basically, is that because of the human factor or the system factor? As I can see, the good system, they require us to change our password every, let's say, 2 months or 3 months, and they give us the really complicated differentiation. For instance, that you have to use the capital, you have to use the different, numbers and so on and so forth. And at the end, what we do is basically, because it keep asking us to changing the password, then we write down the password and stick it under our keyboard or stick it in front of our monitor. And I believe many of our colleagues do that kind of thing. They kind of sharing their password because for instance, they are quite old and they don't really catch up with technology. They ask their friend to do or log into the system, and they share the password. So is this the matter of the human factor or the system factor? What do you think about it? Thank you.
All right, so thank you for the question. First of all, it's a combination of both. Why? Because at the end of the day, the human are the users, right? However, we cannot, let's say, neglect the human nature. We want something which is easy to use. We want something comfortable for us, right? If it is complicated, if it is difficult, then we are not going to use it. Then, because of that human factor, it should lead to the design of the technical solution. So if we kind of separate between the two, it will never work. It has to be, because I know a human factor of A, B, C, D, E, then I will design my technical solution and as such, 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 such. All right? So for example, right now, most people still believe that, it's very difficult to remember a password. Some people will say, change every 3 months or 6 months. By the way, please don't do that. FYI. Okay, who should I talk to in the ICT department in this university? No, you shouldn't do that. And then people will ask, yeah, but Ferry, password manager means it holds all our password in one place, and if it's breached, then we forget everything, right? But did you know, because of that human factor, there's also a researcher which already now put it into a commercial product where all your password and also encryption key is actually encrypted on your mobile phone. So when you want to log into something, it's no longer asking you about password. It's asking you about your facial recognition. It's about your biometric, and then it will take care of everything themselves. The same with sharing password, for example. In the past, we share our password through emails, WhatsApp, whether you split, okay, first email is the username, second email is the password. Nowadays, with a secure link, and then someone else opened that secure link, it automatically push to the login page that the next person can just log in. They don't know the username, the password. No, everything is pushed via that a secure link. So the progression of technology is advancing every single day, but everything is also driven by the human factor, that every time it's very difficult for us to convince the human part to be less comfortable. So that's how we progress. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferry, for the answer. Mr. Chokorda, is it enough? Okay. Are there any more questions? Yes, please. Pak Putra.
Thank you so much, because this is quite interesting about cybersecurity. So recently, we have read a newspaper or news about our national cybersecurity. And so we already know that our digital and informatic ministry has a responsible for the national cybersecurity. But as we know well, that, they announced that they have lost a lot of data. So what is your opinion about this? Because I think they have a lot of expert about digital cybersecurity or something like that. Thank you so much.
Pak Putra, this is something that I'm afraid of coming to this event. Especially knowing that, I'm Indonesian, so then I know people will ask this question. And my standard answer will be, I'm sorry, I'm not responsible for it. So I cannot say much. Now, however, most of the time, people forget in digital life, there is what we call as shared responsibility model. I think most people who work in cloud engineering use this term a lot, which means that we cannot just pinpoint one person or one organization to be responsible for everything. Again, the same as our home. As much as we would like to, let's say, take an example, a condominium complex, yes? As much as we would like to say, okay, I buy this condominium unit or I rent this condominium unit, then the developer, the management, must be responsible for the security of my home. But that's not how real life works. You still need to, lock your door when you go out. You still need to have an insurance of your belongings if, let's say, fire comes, right? And this is also something that I always tell everybody. Yes, there are some organizations that need to lead, to show, but we cannot just tell them or expect them to be responsible for everything. The same with me in Netherlands, right? As much as we would like to say, okay, NCSC is like the BSSN in this country. You are responsible for everything because you are the National Guard of cybersecurity in the Netherlands. Yeah, but they will say, if you don't understand how to differentiate between scammer or not, how can I help you? Right? So I think, again, without going into detail because I'm not responsible for the case, what I'm trying to say here is, yes, we can always ask the government to do something, but please, and basically the whole idea of this discussion is, we all have a part in it. Before we ask someone else to do something that's supposed to be done by us, let's look into our own backyard. Have we done enough to protect our own digital asset?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ferry, for the answer. Pak Putra, is that enough? Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, please.
There is a Zoom session? Sorry, I missed that one.
Okay, so my questions for both the speakers. First one for the titanium oxide electrochemical sensor. Where it was, where it is now, and what are the challenges you faced, and where do you see electrochemical sensor, let's say, in the next 5 years? That's the first question. Second question for the cyber security. You mentioned about the password. Actually, the real challenge, for example, my own, I have almost 500 passwords, all saved in the Excel sheet. It's protected by password, and as you mentioned, every time changing this password, I think you mentioned about that, it's very painful to change those passwords. I still keep the passwords on. Maybe you just mentioned that it's not a good idea to change password every 3 months. Maybe you can also mention about that. What exactly is the good way to do? We do use this two-step protection these days. For example, every time login, even the password, we get another code on our cell phone. I think that's a second layer of protection. But again, something you'd like to briefly mention about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First, please, Prof. Nurdin, want to answer the question?
Well, thank you, Dr. Conrad. The question is how about the position of the TiO2 sensor, what the challenges? So the TiO2 sensor, I think, is very essential to develop because everywhere we have something, we have to use some detections by sensor itself. One of the material developed could be by TiO2 sensor. In my work, we work the TiO sensor for the chemical oxygen demand and to detect the pesticide. Yeah, a number of pesticide we could measure to increase the sensitivity and the selectivity depend on the peak of the oxidation and the peak of the reduction. Yeah, by measuring the potential to each compound. Yeah, each compound has different potential. Yeah, has potential, and we compare with the standard gold of the each substances that sensor we detect. Thank you.
Please, Mr. Ferry.
Okay, back to the evil password. Okay, so I think if you go to the internet again, most of you will read that how to make a good password. The mantra is always the same: make it unique and make it complex. It's like, okay, but then how? Let me start with why changing password every 3 months or 6 months is not a good idea, all right? Because it comes from the fact that most of the time, we are a habit human being, which means most of the time, if your password ends with 1, the next time will you change with 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. And the problem is with the quantum computing at the moment, all this pattern can be recognized. All right? And because if there is a need to always change this password every now and then, most people will start thinking about something that they know, something that they can remember. And then, of course, after that, you change into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or make an exclamation mark at the end. I see a lot of faces smiling, which means that you are doing it. The only way to do is that you don't remember your password. You don't know your password. And that's the reason why the machine should decide what is the password for you. The only thing that you need to remember is to make sure that the parameter is at least, nowadays, 12. We always recommend 16 characters. The reason being is because the less length of the password that you have, the easier it is for computing power that we have at the moment to crack. But Ferry, will it save forever? No. I start this journey from 4, 6, 8, 10, and now 12. So as the computing power increasing, then we will also increase that. But again, the principle is always the same. Can you not remember your own password? Let the machine decide it for you. The reason being as well is because with the additional two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication, there is this extra layer. Again, if we talk about doors, the first layer may be our lock. The second layer may be our alarm. So the same. The first layer is our password, then the second layer will be our MFA. And depending on the type of MFA that you use, sometimes these days, especially if you are using Windows, Windows 11 for example, they have this so-called Windows Hello. You no longer need to use your password because your MFA plus the encryption will be determined by your face or your fingerprint together with your chip. Yes, the future is passwordless, but it will take another 5 to 10 years, so we have to live with password. I'm sorry to disappoint everybody. We just need to live with password for now, but there are many ways we can improve on how we use the password. I hope that answers.
Okay, Dr. Conrad, is that enough?
Yes, I think you mentioned about this two things I learned from one is making longer and it's difficult to crack, right? So making longer password. I think right now most of the password I have used like 8, maybe some of them are 10. So now I know some of them are 4 to 6. I think sometimes they recommend that you must be minimum 8 character, something like that. And longer it is painful. One thing you mentioned about, like when you have to change password, for in my case, 2024 Z, and I have to check 2000 ZZ. I will do another Z, right? So it's, as you mentioned, easier to, what do you call it? The pattern.
The pattern.
Yeah,
yes.
pattern. So, so two things I learned from you: making longer password. I think difficult for hacker to crack that number, right? So that's very useful information. Not to change password all the time. I think very good information. Yeah. Regarding the titanium oxide, that sensor, I just want to know, where do you see in the next 5 years about this sensor's potential? If you can briefly answer that, would be appreciated.
Yes, now we are in the prototype position actually to do that sensor. So in the next work, I try to looking for what this company can produce or can can consider our prototype to try to produce the model of the instrument. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Maybe because of our limited time, there will be one question from the Zoom meeting. It's from Pak Sumarjaya to Mr. Ferry. What is your future projection regarding cybersecurity and the role of AI in cybersecurity? Please answer.
The future of cybersecurity. Which is, I hope I still can have job. No, I was just kidding. At the end of the day, cybersecurity will become what we call as utility, right? It means that in the past, it might be a very niche subject only for certain type of experts, but going forward, it is just going to be utility. And it has to be utility. The same as we enjoy our digital life at the moment, cybersecurity will be just a utility. So then the question would be, with the big gap in graduates who wants to join this industry, how far we can survive. And related to that, and because of the advancement of AI, yes, we can try to close the gap as much as possible through AI, but the problem is, the bad guys will also use AI to trick us even further, right? For example, the deepfakes that we have at the moment, it's getting better and better and better. Sure, we can still detect some glitches if the deepfakes is on the video level, but when it comes to voice, I myself even fall into it 2 weeks ago. Is that good? Then the question would be, how can we use AI, the same as what we are doing in our company, how can we use AI to close that gap, to further move the protections and to be accessible for everybody? I think that's my answer, but then if I can also add one more thing, because the reason being is because I will not be here for long. I have to catch up a plane to Amsterdam, and definitely I will miss the presentation from one of the informatics students, because I saw the thing is manual. I think a group is using AES 128 as part of their research for transactions. I can tell you, if you continue with this research, please moving up, because with AES 128 we can crack it in less than 3 days. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is the end of our session. Yeah? If you have any more questions to our speakers, you can contact our speakers maybe in the lunch session. Yeah? On behalf of everyone here, I would like to express my sincere thanks for thank you for Prof. Nurdin and Mr. Ferry for sharing their expertise with us. We are now have a deeper understanding about environmental chemistry and cybersecurity. Thank you everyone for your participation and engagement in this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the second plenary session for the respective moderator and speakers. We would like to inform you, please remain on stage or please arise, since we are going to have a token of appreciation for the insightful session, and please kindly remain on stage. And we would like to invite again Ibu Professor Watiniase as the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics Natural Science, Udayana University, to deliver or give the token of appreciation on this second remarkable plenary session. Thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Nurdin, for your insightful and engaging discussion. and also Mr. Harris, Ferry Harris, for the engaging discussion as well. This is a very remarkable second plenary sessions. On behalf of the committee, we would like to express our immense gratitude for your expertise and knowledge sharing. And we will proceed with a group photo. Before joining the group photo, we would like to invite also the moderator, Ibu, to give the certificate to our remarkable moderator moderating for the second plenary session. It's wonderful. A round of applause, please. We'll proceed by a group photo. Our photographer, if you have time, yes? Our photographer, please take a moment home for the second plenary session. Thank you very much once again. And before we are, please, Bapak, Ibu, and Professor and our moderator, once again. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you very much for the second plenary session. Before we are proceeding to the lunch break, this is what we're waiting on, yeah? Lunch or networking lunch session. Before that, we are almost forgot to take a picture with the audience and the participants at the beginning. So we would like to invite everyone to please arise. And we would like to invite Ibu Professor Watiniasi, all the speakers, keynote speakers, to come on in front of again. Please, yes. And we will take a picture. Maybe the background is there, and then everyone arise, and we'll be here. Yes, that's fine. Please. We would like to invite our keynote speakers, moderators, our committee chairperson of the Science Technology International Conference, Dean and Vice Dean, as well as of the committees to come on stage. And all of the participants, please fill in the blank area at the front of this ballroom, since we're going to take a picture. To Bapak photographer, where are you? Okay, yes. Yes, yeah. Please, the photographer is already there. And for everyone, Bapak Ibu yang di belakang, silakan maju ke depan, Bapak Ibu. Yang di tengah-tengah bisa maju, Ibu. Jadi kita bisa fulfill the blank spot. Jadi bagus di depan. Silakan, Ibu. Silakan. Ayo, silakan ya, Ibu. Saya juga akan bareng. Adik-adik mahasiswa, ayo ke depan. Maju aja, teman-teman mahasiswa ya, silakan. Oh, di sela-sela kursi bisa diisi. Tidak harus semua maju ke depan, disilakan. Gimana Bapak, apakah aman Bapak fotografer? Atau Bapak bisa naik pakai kursi, boleh kalau bisa, biar bisa lihat semuanya. Okay. On a count of 3, 3, 2, 1. Perhaps with a thumbs up on. Yeah. Everyone maybe on the back raising their hands perhaps on 3, 2, 1. Big smile. Happy. Yeah, science technology, Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. Yes, we have to celebrate this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of the participants, to all of the speakers, and to the agenda that we're waiting on is we would like to inform you that we're having a lunch break, or as we call it, as a networking lunch, yeah. So please benefit this session, or lunch session, and there will be another interesting plenary session here in the ballroom on the third plenary session. Yes. And please kindly enjoy the networking lunch and return to this meeting room or ballroom meeting by 2 p.m. Bali time. Once again, please kindly enjoy the networking lunch and return to this ballroom meeting by 2 p.m. Bali time. Thank you very much. I hope everyone is enjoying their networking lunch. How was the lunch, everybody? Good, perfect. I hope it is a good food ya, good food, good mood biasanya ya. Okay, for the next, we will be starting the third plenary session in less than 15 minutes. So we would like to invite you, everyone in here, to invite your colleagues outside and come back to the ballroom. Your friends, your colleague, your brothers, sisters, and everyone, please just gather around in the ballroom since in a few minutes, in less than 15 minutes, we will begin the third plenary session. Thank you very much.
Mía. Sẽ thôi. Chắc lù cô á.
Masih bingung buat website WordPress? Pilih Hostinger dan kamu bisa bikin WordPress dengan cepat. Ada control.
Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, to come back again at the ballroom area since we are going to start the next plenary session, the third plenary session for today's afternoon agenda. All right, we'll proceed to the plenary session number 3 and the third plenary session with the speakers, Associate Professor Suryakit Natiswan and Mr. Rimson Muara Jaya S. Farm MBA, as well as Dr. Niputu Ariantari. And this session will be moderated by Ibu Rini Noviani, SSE, PhD. Therefore, to Ibu Rini, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Ibu. Hello everyone, and good afternoon. I am Rini from Department of Pharmacy, Faculty of Mathematics, Udayana University. So this afternoon I will be serving as your moderator today. But before we start, let me explain the mechanism because we have two types of presentation. First is online, and then the second is the offline. So I will divide this and will finish the online first for the first session, and then we'll continue with the offline presentation. So for each speaker, we'll speak for 20 minutes for each, and then we'll continue with questions and answer for 10 minutes. So, and then after that, Pak Rimson and Bu Ariantari will go to the stage to deliver the presentation. Okay, so again, before this presentations begins, allow me to introduce the speakers. We are privileged here to have Associate Professor Suryakit Natiswan PhD, PCPS, the Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Mahidol University. So, he earned a bachelor degree by pharmacy from Mahidol University and continue his education for 3 years in the US. And his research focuses a lot on the pharmaceutical care for cardiovascular patients, outcome research, and evidence synthesis. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the first presenter to deliver the presentations. So all right, Dr. Suryakit, the monitors is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rini. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to share with you some of the experience that Thailand has in terms of building our healthcare system. And within 20 minutes, I hope that you will gain some insights and perhaps take some thing that you think could be applied to your country to try to make things better for your citizen. Please allow me to share the slides. The slide is okay?
Yes, Ajahn.
Okay. First of all, let me introduce you to Thailand, just in one slide. Comparing to Indonesia, Thailand is very small. You have over close to 300 million population, while Thailand has only 65 million. And in terms of size, that's one thing. The other thing is we are entering the aging society very quickly. Comparing to other ASEAN nations, Thailand is one of the top to go into the aging society. And the life expectancy at this moment for male is 75 and for female is 84. When you look at the income of my country, we are considered an upper middle income country with GDP about 7,000 US dollars. Not far away from Indonesia. In terms of the drug distribution system, we have an open drug distribution system, which basically means you can buy many things in the pharmacies without prescriptions. So it's quite open. Access is good, actually. And the healthcare finance system, which is the key of my talk today, is about universal health coverage. In Thailand, we have been doing this for quite some time. This is a 50-year history of Thailand going through the process of trying to help its citizens. Initially, 40, 50 years ago, we can only provide insurance for only selected group of patients, for example, those who are very poor, or only for children, sometimes with elderly people. But we decided to go all out, which is adopting the Universal Health Coverage, or UC, or UHC, in 2002. Of course, I have only 20 minutes. I cannot tell you all the 50-year history. But if you want to read more in detail of how and why can Thailand, a country that is only an upper middle income country, are able to pull off the universal health coverage with very good quality. We receive praise from so many countries around the world. I recommend you to read this book. It can be downloaded by the link that I show you, and the QR code is there. Inside this book, Good Health at Low Cost, you will see two examples. One is Thailand, another one is, I believe, Bangladesh. If you don't have time to read that book, let me summary in one page. There are 4 key things that my country probably do right. One is the long-standing investment in health infrastructure, especially focusing on the poor and the underserved. Second is the strategic placement of primary healthcare center and district hospitals to improve access, which of course in your country, this is a big challenge. Thailand is only one piece of land, but Indonesia, you have 10,000 or more archipelago. My heart really goes out to you. The third thing is we need human. We need doctors, we need nurses, we need pharmacists to staff those hospitals and health centers. So at a time when the country is desperate, we pretty much put a mandatory requirement on every single healthcare students. When they graduate, they have to serve the country for 2 or 3 years in those hospitals far away. And of course, last but not least, is we were able to build infrastructure for databases to capture data, which is used to generate evidence so that the policy decision can be done in a very rational and based on actual facts without facts. This is just a picture showing how many hospitals and how many doctors and nurses that Thailand have been produced during this period that you see in the slides. And you see the curve is very exponential. Again, of course, when you look at human resources, it means that the role of universities is so important because you need to produce enough healthcare staff to help the public. And when you do that, patients will have more beds to go to. Patients will have more doctors and nurses to care for them. And when you do those things right, magic happens. This is magic. Mortality of children reduced significantly and continuously. Thailand at this moment has the mortality rate that is very much similar to, rich countries and developed countries. The other thing that's very important is that if you don't protect patients, if you don't protect the families, especially the poor of the poor, if you don't do that, if they have to pay for their own expenses, their family will be destroyed. They will be bankrupt. Your country will not go anywhere. And once we start universal health coverage, we protect the destruction of family units. As a result, things are now much better. Not only that you have to have resources, the other thing is you have to have the right policy. Since I'm a pharmacist, please allow me to at least point out that we have a good national drug policy. And it relies on 4 things. 1, we need to give access with equity and affordability, especially the drugs that we know are good. Second, we have to have a system to make sure that any products, especially medicine products, sold, used in the country are safe with good quality. Third one, we cannot rely on Western countries. We need to be able to do it. And we need to be able to stand on our own feet, which basically means we have to have pharmaceutical manufacturing capacity that meets the nation need. And all 3 things will have to be built upon the rational drug use policy. Let me give you an example. In order for you to have the right access to patients, you have to have a competent system of health technology assessment. Dr. Rini is one of the person who came to Mahidol University and received training on health technology assessment. So she will be a very valuable asset to your country. Why do you need health technology assessment? It's because there's so many health technology available, but you cannot afford them all. As a result, you have to be able to assess which health technology that is worthwhile and cost-effective to be deployed in your health system. Once you are able to do that, then the policy makers, the Ministry of Health, can make the right decision for your own citizen. Pharmaceutical productions, very important. Thailand has 65 million population. We at this moment have 151 GMP certified plants. And many of them are now GMP PICS standards. And at this moment, even though we are not able to produce new drugs, new drug entity like other rich countries, but at least for most generic products, we are able to produce generic product by ourselves, which make the cost low. Through those things, we see magic happen too. The life expectancy of patients back in 1950, only 40 years of age. Now we are reaching 74, 84 years of age for male and female, and average is almost 80 years old, which is almost doubling of the longevity of Thai population. And at this moment, Thailand has 3 health systems. One is universal health coverage in blue, you see. We also have social security scheme, which is triple S. Those who are the one who works for the company and who pays, through their salary, be deducted into the fund to take care of them in terms of health. We also have civil servant scheme. And overall, almost 99% of Thai populations has coverage of health insurance. And in terms of health infrastructures, this is the typical structure of how Thailand provides health coverage. Of course, we have excellent centers, to take care of patients who are in very critical and difficult to treat conditions. But at the same time, we have tertiary care, secondary care, and primary health center, which is at the village levels. I believe that in Indonesia, you have a system of puskimas, if I pronounce it correctly, which is the primary health center also. So you need to have a lot of those to be able to meet the needs of the nation. But there's a lot of challenge waiting for Thailand. This is the population pyramid simulation of Thailand in the year 2050. We tend to grow into the way where Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Japan are now, are now living with, which is aging society. And by 2050, 1 in 4 of Thais will be more than 65 years old. And because of that, when you think about universal health coverage, there are a lot of challenges. Because when you think about it, you have an aging society, which basically means demand will skyrocketing. So you need to be able to come up with a way to supply services. And of course, you have growing budgets on healthcare. If the economy is not so good, then you will not be able to help and continue these services. And of course, level of standard of care is something that we need to continuously improve. But of course, all of these relies on economic status. Let me give you some example of what happens when you use universal health coverage. This is an overuse of services. In order to avoid this, you have to have a very good database. And wherever the patient go to which care facilities, you have to be able to connect all the information together so that you will stop this type of problem. But the thing that we cannot avoid is because of the increasing demand in health, but the supply is quite limited. So you have congestion. These are just the picture of some morning or some afternoon in some public hospital in Thailand. You see patients waiting, long wait. So how can we cope with that? Luckily, the COVID crisis, even though it's a bad thing that happened to us, but for Thailand, this crisis forces us to come up with innovation. And the 2 innovations that come out of COVID that we are now enjoying is, number 1, Thailand now has digital health platform that is functional and it serves millions of people. Second, we are able to consolidate many of the health resources in a way where we have patient-centered care at the heart of it. Let me give you an example. During COVID infection, at that time, we have lockdown. Patients cannot go to the hospital as they used to be. So Ministry of Health tried to look at every single services that they can get. And they look at drugstore. Because drugstore located in community, drugstore is close to patient's home. So at that time, during COVID pandemic, drugstore is being used extensively by the Ministry of Health as the official way of providing help to the public, ranging from distribution of ATK test, distribution point for anti-COVID drugs, and also the pharmacists there in the community pharmacy also do telepharmacy service for COVID mild cases. And now, based on that experience, the new policy from National Health Security Office is we want to use the experience and the things that we learned from COVID to shift the way that we deliver our universal health coverage. Prior to this, universal health coverage means that you treat every disease. But now, the new policy is not only that we treat all diseases, we will be able to treat anywhere through digital platform. And Thai government just recently launched this project. If you are a Thai citizen, you only show your national ID card and you can go to any single care facilities, hospitals, drugstores, clinics, anywhere. And those facilities are listed here. Not only that, if you're a Thai citizen, you can go to hospitals, you can go to primary health center, you could also go to community pharmacy, medicine clinic, dental clinic, nursing clinic, physical therapy clinic, traditional medicine clinic, or even lab test service that are private, which basically means you can get or receive care close to your home. You don't have to travel that much anymore. And the community pharmacists and these clinics will be able to log in to a digital health platform and documented their services that they provide to that patient. And all the data will be sent to the Center of National Health Security Office, and they will be the one who reimburse your service. And this is the digital health platform service that I mentioned. Initially, it was designed, developed for COVID, but now it is used for everything. And this AMED Care system, the name of this digital health platform in Thailand is called AMED Care Plus. And it's a combination of research organizations, Ministry of Education, Thailand Center of Excellence for Life Science, and all of the professional organizations. Since I'm a pharmacist, let me point out there are 2 organizations of Thailand pharmacy organizations that participate in the development and support of this AMED Care digital health platform system. And nowadays, drugstores in Thailand can do prevention, treatment, provide service extension as if the patient comes to extension of hospitals. And in the future, there are limitless access point for infinite services based on needs and capacity of those drugstores. There are 6 disease prevention and health promotion activities that can be done and get reimbursed. And now community pharmacies can treat 32 common illnesses and get reimbursed. And community pharmacies can also serve as e-prescription places with the hospital that they partner with. This is the 6 health prevention that patients can come and get from community pharmacy for free. Number 1 to 5 is all about reproductive health and prevention of sexual transmitted diseases. Number 6 is about prevention of non-communicable disease, which is a very important health, public health issues. This is just the banner to promote to Thai citizen about coming to community pharmacy to receive care. And this is the list of 32 common illnesses that they can receive care from community pharmacy. I don't have much time. I will skip this part. And I just want to let you know that there are now almost 5 million patients using this AMED service, at least for the community pharmacy. And this within just 2 years only. And I expect it to grow and grow and grow. The other thing that's quite important is because of the congestion at the hospital pharmacy, they are now getting community pharmacy to support longitudinal non-communicable disease management in Thai health system. And the benefits from this pilot study, it shows significant reduction in waiting time, travel time, transportation cost, food cost, more time with pharmacists, and significant reduction in congestion at the hospital. So I want to end my presentation by saying that if you want to build a nation, if you want to really make people healthy so that economic engine can really drive your country toward greatness, you need to have a healthy population. As a result, you need to do investment in building healthcare infrastructure and human resources. Universal health coverage is so important. which basically means you need to build capacity on health technology assessment. I'm sure that the demand for health service in your country will be even much more than my country because of the 5 times larger population. It will be a good thing for you to consider, start thinking about how do you consolidate and utilize all the health resources you have so that your growth can be sustained. And most importantly, we are a university. As a result, we must continuously improve the quality of education. We must increase the capacity to produce healthcare personnel to meet the country's need. Thank you so much for your attention.
So, thank you very much, Ajahn, for your nice presentation. It is very interesting topic, I think. And now we will move to the questions and answer session. So please, the participants who join for the offline, maybe you can raise your hand for asking the questions, please. Thank you. Anyone who wants to ask? Or maybe from the online? You can maybe write your questions in the chat box. So while waiting for the questions, Dr. Surakit, can I ask you for some questions? So basically, treatment anywhere. It's the basic. I mean, the example, the very good example for digital health, right, Ajahn? But once we talk about the patients, and we also come up with the patient's privacy. So because with the treatment anywhere, I think all of the community pharmacies can access all the Thai national databases. So how we can come up with the privacy issues if the patients ask? Thank you.
The digital platform is very secured. All the data is, of course, only available to those who have the direct responsibility to do that. And of course, we need consent from the patient also. And I believe that until now, we have been successful in terms of implementing it. And it becomes a very popular services because at this moment, like I said, there are more than 5 million users now. And the key is having good digital health platform. If you have a good digital health platform and it's very secured, then those can be achieved.
Yes, okay. Understood. Thank you. So maybe any other questions? Maybe from the informatics about the security of the data? Okay. Anyone? Please, here is my dean. She is a Professor Nilu Watiniasi Ajahn. So please, she will ask, so I will introduce her as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So I'd like to know, your presentation is very interesting about how you can decrease improve the population health in Thailand. So from what you're presenting, it is proportional that the prediction of the population would be higher in older, I mean the elderly, increasing in the old population in the future. Is there any other government policies why it happened? Why the young people might be decreasing in numbers compared to the older population?
The issue of more aging society is because of increased longevity. And the other thing is nowadays the number of new children being born into the country is much less comparing to the past. And this is probably related partially to the cost of living, where if you want to have a child, most marriage couple we have only one. Unlike when 40 years ago we like to have 7. As a result, the Thai government is aware of this issue. Recently, I've heard about the policy of trying to give incentives for people to have children. But so far, I don't think it works yet in terms of that policy. But of course, this is something that we as a country is very concerned, because there is another projection modeling where in the next 50 years, Thai population will reduce from 65 million to only 50 million because of the reduced childbirth. So this is quite a concern.
Well, thank you. Probably if there is time for another one question. Okay. So I would like to get your information as well. So by this time, I mean that you mentioned that the health policy already run very well, so can reduce the the increase the longevity of the population. In terms of medicine or healthcare, and as well as the medicine that provided, and you mentioned that you produce medicine in your own country, so you can reduce the import of the medicine from overseas. Is there any way, or probably traditional medicine can improve the health of the community? In that case, is there any company that produce medicine in your country that might be can probably learn how you can provide traditional medicine, for example, or medicine that you can provide to the population? It might be better. We can learn from you and can improve our health in our country, in Indonesia as a whole.
The herbal products is also a very strong policy from Thai government. Because I have limited amount of time, so I didn't mention about it. But in addition to the national list of essential medicine, Thailand has another list, which is herbal medicine list. And there are at this moment about 100 items of those national essential lists of herbal medicine of Thailand. And in order for any herbs to be in that list, it has to be proved to be safe and effective. And the production or the quality of those things must go through, rigorous test. And once those items are in the national list of herbal medicine, it means that the doctor can prescribe it and the patients can get it for free. So the growth on this market is very good. But again, it's probably, if you look at the items and also at the budget expense related to herbal products, at this moment it's about 15% or 10 to 15% of the overall medicine consumption of the country. And those drugs, those herbal medicine, we are now getting a lot of support from the government to do more, to increase those items, to do more on the test that is efficacious and is safe. so that this sector can grow and grow and grow to the level where it can absorb the the consumption that we have to use on the Western medicine side. So herbal medicine is something that Thailand national health system is really pushing for it.
Well, thank you. It's very interesting. That might be one that Indonesian government should go through. So can provide it, as you mentioned, free medicine for our population that you mentioned. It's probably that's many times numbers report to your population in Thailand. So thank you very much. It's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Niluwati Niasi, for the final. Because of the limitation of the time, so we come to the end of this first presentation. So again, we would like to say thank you to Dr. Surakit for sharing the Thai experience. So can be a lesson learned for our country, Indonesia. So hopefully this presentation can be beneficial for everyone. Thank you. Thank you again, Ajahn.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So now we will move to the second session for the Bu Ari and Pak Rimson. Please come to the seats. Okay, so now we have two presenters here, Pak Rimson and Bu Putu Ari Antari. We will start with Pak Rimson first, and then we'll continue with Bu Ari Antari. So before the presentations from the Pak Rimson, let me introduce a bit about her curriculum vitae. So he is a practitioner actually from the Merck Life and Chemistry. He is a pharmacist also, and hold a master degree in the business administration from Indonesia University. So he has more than 10 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry, especially in the production and GMP assurance. So now, please welcome Pak Rimson to deliver the speech. The time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I will just here so that we will be closer. Okay, first of all, I would like to give thanks for the opportunity here and give my highest respect and thankful to the rector of the University of Udayana, Vice Rector, Dean, and Vice Dean, and especially for the committee that have already invited me for today's sessions. So I believe it will be the same with this morning session with Pak Ferry, because we are coming not from the academic, so I will use the same terms like the declaration that this presentation is not more for the maybe scientific base or something like that. Actually, it is, because we do have also the research and development, and but mostly what I will bring today with this topic is mostly what we do in the industries, what we can have applicate the theoretical and the opportunity for the future. So it's common information or common knowledge for the topic. It's the enhancing drug solubility and bioavailability by formulation flexibility. So if you're a pharmacist, this is just basic information, but how we applicate it, it's the most things that I will like to deliver for today. So for my background, the moderator has already introduced me that I'm a pharmacist by background, and I'm handling the Southeast Asia, Oceania, and Taiwan. So maybe I will also share what happened in the global development from the pharmacy point of view, and also from the industry especially. So next part. Okay, so I work in Merck's. This is the mandatory slide. Next one. Okay, we start with the agenda. Today we have 5 agenda, and I have only about 20 minutes, so we'll go fast with this. Okay, so first I would like to introduce you the bio classification system and the new developed ability classification system as the basic theory how we can develop the formulation in drug development. And also second one, how we applied this DCS class 2A and 2B as a formulator. So in the theoretically for the drug development or for formulation, we need to know exactly what we are facing, the problem and the challenge, by having this developed ability classification system. Next, I will introduce you one of the innovation that we do. I'm really happy that today I also hear from Prof. Nurdin and also Prof. Kuat about the physical and chemical base about the nanoparticle and also the modified particle form. That's because we do the same, and this is what the world doing now. So it will be interactive for the theoretically from the physics, chemical, and also the pharmacist. And I believe that's why pharmacist is one of the one of the curricula in the science for us for today. So last one is summary and key note that I can give. So next part. Okay, start with the solubility and the BCS and DCS. Next part. So this is the basic information about how our body can absorb our works. So when we are talking about the medicines, this is mostly the 3 ways route of administration that the drug can be delivered to our bodies by oral injection, and or topical. And all this route of administration should have this 3 parameters: the chemical stability, solubility, dissolution, and permeability. And for today, we will talk more about the solubility and dissolutions. That's how the drug or the medicines can work inside our body. Next part. Yes, so this is the general information. I mean, like well-known theoretically how the absorption of the drug substance or the API can be absorbed to our body. The first one is the speed up the liberation by having the specific dosage form, the distribution, reduce of metabolism, and postpone the elimination. So we will focus on increase and absorption because mostly for the drug development or the drug that we consume and we're familiar with is by having it by oral. Next part. Yes, next. So we have these 2 ways how to increase the absorption and the solubility by having the chemical approach and by having the physical approach. And I believe it will be related to all of you who's coming from the chemical and physics, because this is known theoretical also, like the salt formation, product formations. The physical approach is by having the particle size reduction, so the particle can be fit into our body that can be absorbed, complexations by making the materials complex so that it can be dissolved into our body and can be absorbed as well. Yeah, next part. I will not go deep dive into this because I believe most of you has already known, yeah, and familiar with the what we have in here. Next part. Okay. Next, so we will talk more about the what is now. So we have already known that the dissolution and solubility is important. So what is next? Next is we need to know the what trend is in the future. So we have this BCS called BCS. It's for the bioavailability classification system. This is how we know the new molecule or the new entities, how to treat them. Yeah, the BCS have 4 classes. The first one is the class 1, 2, 3, and 4. But basically, it's divided by the permeability capability and also the solubility capability. Yeah. The BCS class 1 means that this is with the high permeability, low solubility, and so on. So what is the easiest part of this, easiest class? It's the class 1 because it's easy to soluble. And the most difficult one is the BCS class 4. Yeah, because it's difficult to soluble and difficult to cross the permeable in our bodies. And what we can see here is the new molecule that being developed. Yeah, so if you're maybe just in faculty, what I have learned 10 years back, it's still discussed about the old molecule, like the paracetamol, yeah, like the telmisartan and others. Yeah, but now in the market and in the future drugs, it's more coming the complex molecule like azyl sultan medoxomil, like the rabeprazole. Yeah, that name that I haven't heard yet. So there's years coming, the new molecule is coming. So it's coming not with the easiest challenge, but with the difficult or more complex. Means that this molecule in the pipeline now having the BCS class 2 or 4. So how we solve this new molecule challenge? Next one. So we are having the, so it's just a background of the BCS. BCS is coming from the regulatory so that the regulatory can know how to treat or how to make the general compliance for the registrations. Yeah, so what we have now, next part, is the DCS. So we'll focus more on this DCS because DCS is the developability classification system. So this is not the tools for the regulatory, but this is more for the tools for the pharmacists, the drug development, to know and to target the molecule that they want to develop. Next part. So if the old BCS using only the dissolution test, something like that, the DCS is now being modified by using the FASIF for estimate the in vivo solubility and targeting for specific classification system in the BCS class 2. Because this is what mostly the formulator face, yeah, for the DCS class 2, the dissolution rate limit and also solubility. So basically the drug when coming to our body, it will be soluble, yeah, and then dissolve. Yeah, so we need to know which limit the drug or the new molecule can have. Next part. So yeah, by knowing this DCS, we can easily now separate the challenge in the molecule, like is it classified as DCS class 2A or 2B? Because by knowing this, we will know, or we will have the different approach, yeah, to solve the issues, like having the promote the solution, doing the physical modification, or in solubility we need to enable the formulation, or having the chemical modifications. Next part. So in Merck we have the innovations. Next part. The name is the Partech range. This is what we do. Actually, this is just a basic, a very basic knowledge about the material that maybe you have already known. Yeah, we do modify the physical form of the molecule. So it's not changing the molecules like in molecules way, but we are only modifying the physical form. So I'm really interested when the Prof. Nurdin and Prof. Kuat explain about the finding the new material that can coat this wire, or the nanoparticle that can cover the materials which can replace the hydrophobic and hydrophilic, because it's not only applied to the medical device and or the electronic, but also in the pharmacies, in the pharma product, yes, because most of our human body contain these two receptors, yeah, the hydrophilic and also the hydrophobic. So if we can design, or if we can modify the molecule, it will be very useful, yeah, to the development of the drug itself. So here what we have, the dissolution limit and also solubility limit, and I will going to show you what modification or what innovation we have. Next part. So here, as you can see, we have the normal mannitol. So this is just a common mannitol without doing any modifications. And what you see here, it's just the materials, yeah, with the abstract form, yeah, like a common polymer. So what we do, we are making this, or we are modifying the physical form only. So this physical form will help the molecule itself to has these specific functions. As you can see here, this is the modified mannitol. So we do modified mannitol. If you see the picture here, it's the molecule, it's like the needles-like. The form is needles-like. So why this needles-like works? Because this needles-like, when you are having a bunch of needles and you compress it into a tablet form, it will bind one and another. Yeah, so in the form of tablet, it can be increasing the hardness without changing the chemical entities. Yeah, and with this needles-like, when you are putting the tablet into the water, the form of the needles-like will push one and another. So it has the disintegrity time. So when you consume the hard tablet, it's mandatory that the tablet have a specific hardness, because you move the tablet, you distribute the tonic, you package the tablet. Yeah, so it can maintain the stability. Yeah. And when you consume it, it will act very fast because it has the fast disintegration. This is what we do. It's very simple. Yeah, no need to do some specific reactions and others. It's just modifying the physical form of the molecule. And this is what I heard today with Prof. Kuat presentations. And I believe in Indonesia, actually, we have a lot of good researchers, yeah, that have this idea, but maybe need more someone who can deliver this to the industries. Yeah, because this idea is there in the journal. I see the journal that we have collected, or the topic we have collected, and all of this very good idea that we can deliver. So what we need is only someone who can deliver it to the industries. And here, one of the example that this idea is applied to the industries. Next.
Sorry, Pak Remson, 5
Yeah.
more minutes.
Yeah, okay. So it's the just molecule size of the mannitol. Next. Yeah, this is another innovation that we made. The surface area is larger, means that the API or the efficacy molecule can attach to most of the surface of the mannitol. So it can make the material more homogeneously. Okay, next part. Yeah, this is just another part of the information that I have already mentioned about the hardness and also the compression force. Next part. Next. Yeah, next, it's also one of the, yeah, so this is also important because when we are doing the developability classification system, the other things we need to remember is we have to comply to the newest compliance. Yeah, and as we can see here, most of the material have the impurities. That's what hitting us a few years back about the EG and DEG, the ethylene glycol and ethylene glycols. So we need to put concerns also with this impurity, because in Southeast Asia, Oceania, and Taiwan, now this issue of impurity and the microbial growth is one of the concern. Next part. Okay, next part. Yes. So this is another innovation that we have for the amorphous form. So if you are coming from the chemical background, you have to know this crystalline theoretically, because in this crystalline, amorphous, and solid absorption, you need to have this amorphous form in the human bodies, because in crystalline, it's really difficult to dissolve. But some material, yeah, after having the amorphous solid, after having the lattice energy, yeah, can form back to the crystalline form. So we need to make this amorphous form more stable. How we do that? We can do by doing the spray drying, hot melt extrusion, and dark carrying. Means that the materials or the API inserted into the carrier. Next part. Okay, so this is one of the, maybe you can play, Pak. Okay, so actually it's a video which I would like to show you the extrusion process of the hot melt extrusion, because with this hot melt extrusion, we can have the 100-fold of the solubility. Next part. Okay, so maybe this is just information about the polymer that synthetically we can modify, as today also we know from Prof. Kuat that we can modify this hydrophilic and hydrophobic by using the polyphenol alcohol. Next part. Yeah, this is the example of what we have, yeah, in the innovations by modifying the hydrophilic and hydrophobic. Next part. Okay, this is the just information about the capability of increasing the solubility enhancement, like 2-fold and 100-fold. And this technology now being applied in Indonesia for the hot melt extrusions. Yeah, some of the R&D in Indonesia has this product, and hopefully in the next few years we can have it. Why? Next part. Because we can use the hot melt extrusion filament, yeah, the one that I just show you, the product, to various product. Yeah, here So the output of this hot melt extrusion is the filament, like a layer of the filament. So you can just chop it into the tablet. You can mill it into the compressed tablet. You can use it or press it into the film extrusion. You can make it into the palletizing as well. Yeah, next Pak. Here is the new technology that from the hot melt extrusion, you can chop the material and you can control the release. It's very easy to control the release. You don't need to do the compression. Just put it into the tablet with a specific size. Next, Pak.
Sorry, Pak.
Yeah, 1 minute. Okay. Next, Pak. Okay, this is for the tablet. Next, Pak. Okay, this is for the plasticizer. Next, Pak. Yeah, this is the filament, what I said, the material. You can mix it and you can have a filament. Next, Pak. Yeah, and this is the interesting part of the hot melt extrusions is you can have the 3D printing tablet. Yeah, because with this 3D printing tablet, this can change the perspective of the solid dosage form. It can print your face into the tablet. So no need to write the prescription. You just see the face of yours into the tablet. Yeah. How this work? By this, you can have the API and the polymer. You can print the tablet and control the release by having the layers. Yeah, it has already applied, one in China and one in Europe. Yeah, India already developed it, but for now, Indonesia has the machine for some of our R&D center here, but haven't got the approval yet because the regulatory for this is quite complex. Next, Pak. Yeah, this is how we control the release by having the specific layer. So we can modify it. You eat the tablet at night, you can have the effect at specific hours, 3 hours in the morning and others. Next, Pak. Yeah, next, Pak. So the scheme of this future business of this 3D printing is by having the filament. So a pharmaceutical company will only provide the filament. The hospital will have the 3D printing machine. So you go to hospital, the hospital have your data, and they can print the drug, yeah, with your face on it, yeah, and having the specific needs of your body, like your body weight, your age, your gender, your coming from specific race, yeah, with the product or drug intolerant. So this is what the scheme of the future of the 3D printing. Okay. Next one. Yeah, I think this is the last one. I ask for another 1 minute. Next part. Okay, so by knowing the challenge of what we are facing, we have the specific target of what we are wanting to develop. By knowing the classification, the dissolubility or solubility, we can use the developability classification system. And by this developability classification system, we can apply it to the specific molecule and then doing the modification. So as a pharmacist, as a formulator, it's an act of art. Yeah, this is one of the aim for the pharmacist. And also we can have the innovation excipient as one of our tools, yeah, to get the developability coming to the reality. So that's all from my side for today's topic. If you have any question, or maybe I'm just explaining it too fast because we have only limited of time, but I'm really open to any question that you will have for today's session. Thank you.
Okay, please applause. So thank you, Pak Rimson. Now we move to the last presenter for Ibu Putu Ariantari. She graduated from Germany in the 2020 and a doctoral degree from the Germany. So she focuses a lot on biology pharmacy research and have a lot of publication related to that area, which you can read the detail on the CV. So I welcome Bu Ari to deliver the presentation. So Bu Ari, please, time is yours now. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Borini, for the nice introduction. It's my pleasure to be here to share with you my research on the endophytic fungi. Actually, my talk will be similar to Pak Rimson talk. We will talk about molecules, but from different perspective. If Pak Rimson talk about how to enhance the solubility of the molecules, my research focusing on the starting point of the drug discovery pipeline, where our focus is producing or discovering the bioactive molecules. Well, the title of my talk today is Endophytic Fungi, Trace the Truth of Bioactive Molecules for Drug Discovery and Development. Next. Okay, this is the outline of my talk. I will start with introduction, and the second part of my talk, I will share with you the part of my research journey on endophytic fungi. I will present 4 endophytic fungi that I worked before, and the last part will be conclusion and outlook. Next. Well, what are endophytic fungi? Endophytic fungi are fungi that live inside the plant tissues without causing any harmful effects to the host plant. Each plant is known to harbor their endophyte composition, and this means that these microorganisms are widely distributed in nature. However, only around 1 to 2% of current known plant species have been investigated for their endophyte composition, as well as for their capability for producing bioactive metabolites, which highlight that these microorganisms are relatively underexplored. Many of endophytic fungi have been known to be capable of producing bioactive molecules. Here I highlight 3 bioactive molecules that have been discovered from endophytic fungi. The first molecule is nodulus peric acid A, which was isolated from endophytic fungus called Nodulus sporum species. And this compound has been reported for its insecticidal activity, with the activity similar with mode of action to the known insecticidal ivermectin. But interestingly, this nodulus peric acid A has selective inhibition compared to that of ivermectin, making it safer at the dosage not possible for ivermectin. The second example is chloroflavonin, and this is bioactive compound which known active as anti-mycobacterium tuberculosis and was found active against resistant XDR and sensitive strain of MTB. This compound was isolated from endophytic fungus as well, and the fungus was isolated from Cameroonian medicinal plant. And the second example is paclitaxel. This is the known anti-cancer agent that is currently used in a clinical setting. And it is originally plant metabolites, but later it was found that endophytic fungus associated with the host plant called Pacific yew also capable of producing this compound, which highlight the potency of endophytic fungi as alternative producer of plant metabolites. Okay, next. During the course of my research journey on endophytic fungi, here I present part of my research. I present 4 endophytic fungi that become the backbone of my talk today. The first fungus is Penicillium species. This endophyte was isolated from Singiber officinale. We call it jahe in Indonesia, or ginger. And the second fungus is Bulgaria inquinans. This endophyte was isolated from Mislatu. The species name is Fiscum album from Jülich, Germany. And the third one, this is interesting. The fungus name is Didymela species. This fungus was isolated from daun ketapang, the leaves of Terminalia catapa, which was by chance I collected from our campus in Bukit Timbaran. And I got really nice structures from this fungus that enabling me to complete my PhD finally. Okay, and the fourth fungus is Fusarium species, which was isolated from a Chinese medicinal plant called Botriospermum sinensis. Okay, next. Yes, this is the general workflow for my research or for our research on endophytic fungi. The first step is isolation of endophytic fungi from the host plant. This step includes several procedures, starting with the collecting of plant material, and then wash the plant material with running tap water, and then subjected to surface sterilization. Once we get a sterile sample, then we inoculate it on isolation medium. And next, several purification steps was conducted to get this pure fungal isolate like shown here in my presentation. And the second step is fermentation and extraction. Actually, once we get the pure fungal isolate, we will do molecular identification and then subject it to fermentation. The common media that we use for fermentation is rice media. And after fermentation is complete, then we do extraction to get the crude extract. After getting the crude extract, then we subjected this extract to several steps of column chromatography in the third step to isolate the secondary metabolites. Usually we start with vacuum column chromatography on silica, and then followed by several steps of another column chromatography on silica or Sepadex until we get a pure, quiet, pure fraction. So after we get quite pure fraction, then we subject it to purification using HPLC preparative. This is an example how we do separation using or purification using HPLC preparative. All this isolation process is monitored with HPLC analysis and TLC analysis as well. And once we get the pure isolate or the pure compound from HPLC preparative, then the next step is structure elucidation. For that, all isolated compounds was submitted for NMR analysis, 1D, 2D NMR, as well as MS analysis. Sometimes we need IR analysis as well, but most of the time NMR and MS are enough. And then we get the structure of that compound, and in parallel we do the bioassays. The focus of my bioassays is antimicrobial and cytotoxicity, as we know that these two diseases have become major threats in not only in our country but globally. Next. Okay, now we come to my first research project on Penicillium species, which was isolated from ginger. This result has been published in Journal of Natural Products by American Chemical Society. Next. Okay, following the fermentation of the endophytic fungus Penicillium species on rice media, then we obtain the crude extract of this fungus. The crude extract that was then subjected to column chromatography, to HPLC analysis, and because this work was done in Germany, so in Germany we have HPLC which is connected to in-house library that we built during our study. So we compared the HPLC chromatogram, the UV spectra with those available at the in-house library. And we found that the UV spectra of our major peak here has this UV spectra, and we compare with in-house library, giving us a hint to the known compound called paxillin. And when I see the other peak in this chromatogram, I find similar UV spectra, which giving us a hint, okay, then I will expect, I will get several indole terpenoids derivative, which probably never reported before. Then I work on this extract for, with a several chromatographic separation. And next, and finally, next please. And finally, we able to isolate it. We are able to isolate 9 new indole terpenoid derivative using this technique. Of course, if we see now this structure, it seems that this is quite a fast job, but actually this take long time, months, to get this structure complete. So from this study, I afforded 9 new indole terpenoids. You can see the one with the blue color. This is a new natural product because it was reported before only from synthetic, but we obtained from natural product for the first time. And the first compound that we give a name, cerealicin. If you see the structure of the third ring, it presents the different structure with the other ring. So then, and this type of structure, this tree structure, where C6 member ring attached to indole terpenoid, to indole moiety, this is called carbazole, which is rare in fungi.
Sorry,
Next.
Bu Ari.
Yeah?
2 more minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, so quick. Okay. Next. Okay, I think I will go first with this. So once we get the structure of the compound, our homework is to determine the absolute configuration. But first, to determine the absolute configuration, we should go through the relative stereochemistry. Rossi spectrum will give us information on relative stereochemistry. But for this compound that I put example here, cerealicin, we cannot get the relative stereochemistry of this compound from Rossi spectra because there's no peak correlation found for this compound, for this proton in Rossi spectrum. Next. Therefore, then we try several methods to obtain the absolute configuration of this compound. Because the relative stereochemistry does not exist, then we try 3 type of methods using ACD calculation, carbon NMR calculation, and try to grow crystal. Next, if we compare the structure of the compounds to that known for paxillin, then we will come up with 2 types of stereoisomer presented here. This is the first one, and this is the second one. That's why for the ECD calculation, we go further to these 2 most possible stereoisomers, where the ACD spectra, the calculated one in purple, reproduce well the experimental ACD spectra, while the other stereoisomer giving mirror image. But this indicate that this ACD spectra mainly governed by this carbonyl chromophore. So these 2 stereocenters cannot be assigned only by considering ACD calculation. That's why, the next slide, please. Next slide, please. We go further with the carbon NMR calculation. The calculation is quite complex. I try to simplify the calculation only for the calculation of carbon 5, where we see that the important parameter is calculating the deviation as well as the absolute error. We find that the minimum absolute error and deviation was found for this relative stereochemistry. Then together with the ECD calculation, the absolute configuration was assigned as this stereochemistry. Next. Okay, luckily in the end of this experiment, we also find the we are also able to grow the crystal for this compound that enabling us to determine the absolute configuration by crystal analysis with the flag parameter close to 0, which is good. And the absolute configuration was assigned to this stereoisomer. Next. Okay, we proposed the biosynthetic pathway for this compound, as this compound showed different structural backbone with the other compound from indole terpenoid derivatives, and we assumed that different cyclization step may occur during the biosynthetic pathway of this compound. Next. 1 more minute. Okay.
1 more minute, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. This is the cytotoxicity result of the isolated compound. We find 4 compounds showed cytotoxicity, and next, with the selectivity index, unfortunately, below cisplatin, the one in a bracket, the values in a bracket showed the selectivity index. This is important if we want to develop new anti-cancer agent, but because what we want is compound with selective activity against cancer cells, and not with less excitotoxicity against normal cell. That's why we measure also the selectivity index. Next. Okay, this is carbazole aldehyd structure. It's already known that this is important backbone, and two drug has been developed with this kind of structure. That's why this compound is promising for development of anti-cancer agent. Next. This is recent publication. I'm so happy that the compound that I already discovered before inspired other researchers. This is the group publication from the group of Professor Newhouse from Yale University. They work on organic chemistry, and they are able to synthesize the compound that I have isolated before and give the name stereolysin for it. Okay. Next. Yeah, I think this is the end of my presentation. Can we go to the last slide? Can we go to the last slide, because I want to thank everybody, Udayana University, and my colleague, my former colleague, my current lab team for their hard work, and all this result a team effort, and I'm really grateful to work with them all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Give applause. Okay, thank you, Bu Ari, for the nice presentation. So we will have a question and answer sessions for both presenters. So please, for all the participants, can you maybe give both presenters the questions, please? Oh, sorry, we have one in the Zoom. They are Mr. Rimson from Reynard. So it is a nice presentation. I have a question. Does quality for purchasing the chemical, for example, CaO, CaCO3, or any chemicals from official chemical company have a different composition from unofficial? For example, this is just an example, and I never do it before. If I purchase it from online shop, for example, Alibaba, Shopee, and etc., instead of Merck, then I use it in my experiment in the laboratory. From the ethics point of view, does the quality of research will be valid if I use the chemical from online shop? Even it is a same CaCO3 or CaO. I need your comments about this issue based on your perspective. Thank you so much. So what do you think?
Okay, thank you, Pak Rinard. It's a very interesting question, yeah, and it's very direct to me, yeah, because I'm coming from the supplier. So yes, I really understand for the research and development stage. Sometimes you think that for the okay, it's just for the test, so it's just for the like trial. So you no need to have the like let's say official one with the buying process. you need to go to the official shop, or the flow process, you need to wait, something like that. It's very difficult, and I understand the pain point of it. But what I'm going to say, of course, because here is in the conference, and I will also give my standard answers as per the quality standard. Of course, it's not the recommended one. Yeah, because when we are talking about the drug and or the raw materials, so all these quality standards have been stated. And we have also the regulatory that monitor us for using this finished product and or the raw material. We have it in the CPOB and CDOB. Yeah, the good distribution process and the good manufacturing process. And by using the unofficial one means that it's already a violation to the distribution process, because we never knew what happened in the process of the distribution of the materials. For instance, like if it's specifically for, let's say, temperature control, yeah, we need to have the cold chain distribution process. How we can make sure that this Alibaba, Shopee, the orange one, the green one, yeah, can exactly maintain the quality of the product. So by having the official one means it can be by Merck or the official partner, and they have the specific certificate, we can maintain the quality of the material that we use. We can claim if in the future or in the process we found something like found some discrepancy. Let's say the material doesn't show the good result, or in your paper, in your final report, you will mention the name of the material and the source of the materials. I can say the regulatory issues or legal issues you have is quite strong. Means that if something's happen in the future with your journal, with your report, and with the result of the test or trial, we can have the power to claim or to complain with the right distributor, with the right the flow of the getting the material. So these two things that needs to be highlighted here: the compliance to the regulatory, and also to maintain the quality of the material. That's why, again, I recommend for this process or the material, how to getting the materials. In all the materials, not only from Merck, I believe, having the official one make your life will be safer, the quality will be quite ensure the quality, and feeling satisfied with what you have done with the trial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Reynard. What do you? Are you okay with the answers? So he already replied. Thank you for your statement. It is very helpful. Okay, thank you, Mr. Reynard. So one more or two more questions, please. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful presentation. You mentioned about 3D printing of, I guess, capsule. I think I would like to know about. Is it? I guess you are using some kind of polymers, and also is this? Maybe can you little bit describe about it? You also mentioned about some regulatory issues. And also, is it like using 3D printing, you have a, I guess you mentioned something, solubility, things like that, all the different features of the capsule, right? And the polymer material, and is it like something, what you call the drug powder? Is it like something creating capsule using 3D printing? Can you briefly mention about it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Conrad. So yeah, actually I put that presentation in the last of my presentation is just as clickbait. So there will be a question for it because I will need more time to explain about technology. So yes, this is a very interesting technology that's being developed, the 3D printing tablet. So the background of this innovation or technology is coming from the personalized medicines. Because mostly now, when we are talking about the biologic, pharmaceutical, and biologic manufacturing, they has already have a target for the specific, let's say, receptor or others. In classical pharma, in solid, liquid, semi-solid, we can also doing the same by having the personalized medicine. And with this background, there is some researchers having the aim to how we can get the precise dose, precise function in a tablet dosage form. So there comes the tablet 3D printing. So the concept or how to make this 3D printing is right using the polymer, and of course this has to use the specifically modified polymer. And with that, for the most used now, we call it the FDM, fused deposit material. That's how we do the technology of the 3D printing. Actually, the basic is same as our printing, paper printing. We do it like layer by layer. So to get the specific value, to get the specific number of dosage, the number of the materials, we need the polymer that can really precise to the printing process, and that's why we are coming with the polyvinyl alcohol. So with this polyvinyl alcohol, we can manage the hydrophilic and hydrophobic molecule placement. So we can modify how much we want this hydrophobic and also hydrophilic hydrolysis. Yeah. So here also coming with the challenge, and the challenge is the regulatory. Why? Because for now, even making the tablet itself, that's why in let's say the developed country like Southeast Asia, we still have a challenge in the making the generic product. Like Professor from Thailand has already mentioned that they also have facing the same issues. Yeah, how we can solve, or how we can have this specific approval process, the validity of the material. How can we make sure that this material process is the same from one to another, the validation process? And this is still process from our side. They have already have it in China and also Europe drug ministries or the local regulatory there, how they manage the regulatory for the 3D printing. And also from the perspective of the economical scale, this now material is quite expensive, I can say. Yeah, so it's not all the people can have it, but I believe in the near future, yeah, because after COVID, there is nothing shocked me more than the COVID issues. Yeah. You know, when we have this mRNA development vaccines, commonly it's 20 years, 20 years. By COVID, it's only 3 years. Yeah, you can imagine that if a human pushed to their last limit strength, we can do the things that we never think about. And that's why we are coming with the 3D printing tablets.
One thing about the 3D, these tablets, as you mentioned, this some alcohol, it's inhaling, right? It will dissolve in
Oral.
Oral, okay.
Orally.
So it also has to, what do you call that, inhalable, right? In terms of the side effects things.
Sorry?
Inhale, when you
inhaled?
Isn't that, after printing that tablet, obviously you have to take it, right?
Yes, orally.
Orally. So that material is, I guess, biocompatible, right?
Sure. Yeah, the polymer you mean.
Yeah,
yes. Actually, basically for this 3D printing material, it uses only 2 materials. That's why we are, I'm showing you the approach of the hot melt extrusions, because with this hot melt extrusion, compared to the classical process tablet, you need the binder, you need the filler, you need the disintegrant, you need the all the tablet function, specific function. But with this hot melt extrusion, you only need the polymer, plasticizer, and the API itself. API should be already approved, so no issue with that. But yes, the polymer should be also grant the safety issues. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for your questions and your answers. Okay, so now we already at the end. So thank you again for the 2 presenters who shared their insights, and now it is already finished and go to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for the session? Thank you very much for the honorable speakers as well as the moderator. We would like to invite again, or please remain on stage, Bapak Ibu, as well as we are going to have a token of appreciation for you. And please arise, Bapak Ibu speakers, pembicara dan juga moderator. And we would like to invite Dean of our faculty back again, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Ibu Professor Watiniasi, to give the token of appreciation. Thank you very much once again to our speakers for the 3rd plenary session today. And on behalf of the committee, we would like to express our immense gratitude for your expertise as well as knowledge sharing. And we hope that the discussion will further beyond this conference and bring great benefits to all participants and parties involved. Thank you very much, and we also would like to give our beloved moderator, thank you very much, Ibu Rini, for moderating today's session. Please, a round of applause for the 3rd plenary session. Thank you very much once again to our speakers and moderator. And thank you, Ibu Professor Watiniasi, to give the token of appreciation. And please, to all speakers and moderator, come back to the seat. And it's time for, are you guys already, yawning? Everyone still has their energies to proceed to the next plenary session? Yes, I hope it's a yes, because now we have a few minutes to have a break time. It's coffee and tea break time. We would like to inform you that for the coffee and tea break time, or perhaps restroom time, yeah, we will encourage you to have your coffee or tea break inside the ballroom, as we will start the next plenary session altogether. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please have your tea or coffee break time and your restroom break, and please proceed back to your seat as we are going to begin the next session, which is the 4th plenary sessions for today altogether. Thank you very much. Please. Once again, we would like to invite everyone who is still outside of the ballroom to proceed back to your seat, as we will begin shortly for the fourth plenary session today.
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Can
and
you
you can
hear
see
me?
me. Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, who is just joining us at the ballroom as well as in the Zoom. Welcome back, everyone. Once again, to everyone who is still outside of the ballroom area to have their coffee break, we will encourage you to take or have your coffee or tea break inside the ballroom, since we will begin in less than 3 minutes for the fourth plenary session for today. And please invite your colleagues back to your seat, back to the seats again. Invite your friends and call your friends to proceed back to the seat, as we will begin in less than 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the third of Science and Technology International Conference, Udayana University, Bali. Can we have a round of applause for the energy? Thank you very much for the remaining participants that is still in the ballroom area. And for the fourth plenary session, we already have our moderator, beloved moderator here, Ibu Fima. This session will be moderated by Ibu Fain Marina Salviani, Inabui, PhD, and the speaker will be Ms. Mehyun Seo, PhD, that will be online in the Zoom. And therefore, without any further ado, Ibu Fima, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, our beloved Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope the caffeine already make you wake up. So welcome back to our plenary session. I hope less doesn't mean less spirit. I think we still have energy for our fourth plenary today, which will be presented by Dr. Mehyun Seo from NIFOS. First, I would like to introduce myself to you. My name is Fima. I am from the doctoral biology program in Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University. And it's my pleasure to moderate this fourth plenary session. And after this whole day talk about sensor technology, we talk about cybersecurity, and also health system improvement, drug bioavailability now, and then drug discovery, plenty of topics. And this time we will go to forest. So for those of you who have great concerns about forest, how we protect our forest, how we eliminate or how we reduce our carbon emission, this session is for you. Okay, I will first say hello to Dr. Mehyun Seo. Dr. Seo, can you hear my voice well?
Yes, I can.
Okay, if you maybe could speak a little louder so we can hear you better. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now it's much better.
Okay.
Yeah. So the rate of global deforestation was estimated at about 10 million hectares per year. That's a great number. And also based on the latest data that currently about 11% of the global carbon emission comes from deforestation. So this means that there is a great concern about forest degradation and also the global carbon emission that it still get higher and higher. So Dr. Seo will address this problem through her topic today, which is, the title is REDD+, RED+, and Korean Experience, Selection of REDD+ bilateral countries. So for those of you who have not familiar with this term, REDD stands for reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite, maybe let me first, introduce, Dr. Seo. This is her resume. So Dr. Mehyun Seo right now is a research official at NIFOS, Korea. NIFOS, I believe, is National Institute for Forest Science, National Institute of Forest Science of South Korea. Dr. Seo graduated from University of Washington, Seattle, and from the specialized in forest product marketing, and also I think she has already a quite long experience in the forest issue and research. Here I see from bachelor degree in 1994, in forest resources science and also master degree in forest politics and economics. So multiple aspects of forest policy is mastered by Dr. Seul. And right now, she focusing on timber legality issue, forest certification, forest products exports and imports, policy making, forestry industry support, and R&D, and so on. And today we will listen to her presentation. So Dr. Mi-hyun Seol, the time is yours. Yeah.
Terima kasih banyak for nice introduction. Selamat siang, Ibu, Bapak. Saya Mi-hyun dari Korea. Bulan Juli saya tinggal di Bali. Sekarang saya di Korea. Thanks for inviting me, Ibu Wati and Dr. Kushuma and other professors at University of Udayana. I'm very happy to back to my Bali experiences with Udayana universities, and also very honored to make a presentation about RED+. I used to work for C4 ICRAP in Indonesia. My working time was 3 years, and recent 1 year I stayed in Bali and work on the site, experimental sites in Bali. Bali is indeed a global center in the field of forestry management, so it means a lot. So I try to make a presentation about scientific standard development for RED Plus selection today, and I'll be happy to share your opinion and what I learned in Indonesia. Shall we start, agenda?
Yes, please. Yeah, you can start. Yeah.
Yeah, from your side, you need to share the presentation.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we will share the presentation for you.
We're spending some time. Let me explain the agenda in oral. Today agenda will be 3, largely. 1, RED Plus in global forestry, and 2, selection of RED Plus bilateral countries with Korea, and 3 will be conclusions. So the part 1 will be RED Plus in global forestry. Shall we start the slide 4?
Okay. Dr. Seol, is it possible maybe if you want to share on your side?
Oh,
if we have
I can see now. Can you just pass next?
Hold on. No, it's now. Oh, now it's there. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Please, yeah. Thank you.
Next. Thank you. Yes, the part 1 is about RED Plus in global forestry. Let me review the global trends about the RED Plus. Next, please. Yeah, forests are the fastest and cheapest climate solution. RED Plus is a climate change mitigation solution developed by parties to the UNFCCC. Was defined as reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation in developing countries, and the role of conservation, sustainable management of forest, and enhancement of forest carbon stocks. RED Plus goes beyond simply deforestation and forest degradation and includes the role of conservation, sustainable management of forest, and enhancement of forest carbon stocks was defined by UN RED Plus. Next, please. Here is a major history of RED Plus in global forestry. RED Plus is a mechanism which was created under the UNFCCC, was at their COP11. Yeah, for the first time, Red Plus was proposed to recognize the forest sector as a greenhouse gas emission reduction activity. Afterwards, at the COP13, Red Plus in 2007 was expanded to the Bali Action in Red Plus. So Bali was indeed the center of this Red Plus, which includes forest conservation, sustainable forest management, and forest carbon accumulation promotion activities. Recently, UNFCCC Paris Agreement decision, Article 5, which is related to forests, stipulates that REDD Plus may play a role as a means to reduce emissions from deforestation and forest degradation in developing countries. Next, please. Waiting for next slide. Next one is framework for REDD Plus in Warsaw. The framework is commonly referred to as the Warsaw Framework for REDD Plus, so named as WFR sometimes too, is adopted at COP19 in Warsaw and provides the complete methodological and financing guidance for the implementation of REDD Plus activities. REDD Plus is also recognized in Article 5 of the Paris Agreement. So UNFCCC defines the 3 phases of REDD Plus as Phase 1, readiness, Phase 2, demonstration, Phase 3, implementation. So stepwise, try to approach the REDD Plus. Also, the elements of UNFCCC Warsaw Framework for REDD Plus are 4. First one is forest reference emission levels and forest reference levels. Second, national forest monitoring systems, and also third one, national strategies and action plans. And the last one, safeguards and safeguard information systems. I'm not going to read all. Please, next slide. Thank you. Sustainable development goals are compatible with REDD Plus 2. REDD Plus is also a tool to realize achievement of the transformative 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development adopted by world leaders in September 2015. The new agenda calls on countries to begin efforts to achieve 17 Sustainable Development Goals over the next 15 years. While REDD Plus is directly linked to climate action, Goal 13, it can also play an important role towards responsible consumption and production, Goal 12. Gender equality, that's Goal 5. Life on land, that's Goal 15. And decent work and economic growth, Goal 8, among others. Next, please. Thank you. So stakeholder engagement is also important for REDD Plus. Full and effective stakeholder engagement is dispensable to REDD Plus for a number of reasons. First, UNFCCC decisions have consistently called for parties to ensure the full and effective participation of relevant stakeholders in design and implementation of REDD Plus national strategies and action plans. Secondly, there has a strong demand for meaningful stakeholder engagement from donors, indigenous peoples, and civil society, and REDD Plus countries since the early days of REDD Plus. Thirdly, because of the transformation reforms REDD Plus can necessitate, success depends on partnerships and buy-in across a large swath of government, society, business, and institutions. So stakeholder engagement is not merely a matter of integrating the views of the different actors that are concerned by REDD Plus, but can also craft partnerships, consensus, and inclusive and gender-sensitive policies that will make REDD Plus transformation attainable, and enduring. Next, please. So this one was background. I tried to share history and backgrounds, what happened until we see the RAD Plus for now. Let me explain the more scientific way how we try to set up scientific standard for selection of RAD Plus bilateral countries with Korea. Part 2. Next, please. Very early time, between 2010 and 2020, Korea Forces Service, or KOICA, tried to select their partner countries. Recipient countries of force-related bilateral ODA from Korea were selected like this. Korea Forces Service most of the time selected their partner country in Asia. Only one country, Argentina, was chosen from South America. KOICA were more various to choose their partner countries. They covered Africa, sorry for my typo, Tunisia, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Rwanda, Cote d'Ivoire, definitely come from Africa. And also Solomon Islands and Samoa come from Europe and Oceania too. America also more country than Argentina only. Dominican Republic, Bolivia, Haiti, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Colombia, Paraguay, and Peru were partners. Sky blue colored letters means climate change as the primary objective of the ODA project. Underlying country means desertification combating as the primary objective of the ODA project. So there was some certain reason to choose partner for the ODA project. And if there is no clear goal, it was not easy to continue their ODA or make them clear among other ODA projects. So between 2010 and 2020, we can tell climate change or desertification combating were pretty important topics to choose ODA project. Next, please. Selection of candidate countries for RED Plus in 2011. That's another way Korea Forces Service chose their partners. Initially, 30% of reduction in projected greenhouse gas emissions by 2020 was set as a voluntary reduction goal. In selecting pilot countries, RED Plus potential, bilateral relations, and corporate investment conditions were taken into account as factors. As a result, Korea Forces Service selected 10 candidate countries for RED Plus, which were Indonesia, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Philippines, Paraguay, Laos PDR, and Vietnam, and Papua New Guinea, Nepal, and Kyrgyzstan. Next slide, please. In 2012, NIFOS tried to develop some standards to select bilateral cooperation countries between Korea and developing countries. Dr. Bae and myself tried to develop this way. We used two axes. Vertical was forest coverage rate, and horizon was deforestation rate. So standard one was how much a country has potential amounts of greenhouse gas emission reduction. There are two. Forest coverage rate and deforestation rate were calculated to estimate the potential amounts of greenhouse gas emission reduction. Breakpoints were set up, that was the important part, 42% of forest coverage rate, as well as 0.2% for deforestation rate, to divide 38 countries into two parts. Standard 2 was more political way, whether or not a country has bilateral cooperation with the Korea Forces Service, and whether or not a country takes a part in AFOCO. Next, please. Next slide, please. So that was the result. Selection of bilateral cooperation countries for RED Plus in 2012. We categorized two groups. First group was primary bilateral cooperative countries, and second was secondary. So as a primary, Rank 1 was Indonesia, 2 Myanmar, 3 Cambodia, and 4 was Laos PDR. And secondary bilateral cooperative countries were Brazil and DRC and PNG. So we can tell we didn't intend, but primary were focused in Asia, and we try to get secondary because when we a little bit loosen the standard, we can cover America and Africa and also Oceania too. So we recommended select a Red Plus partner countries, not only in Asia, like globally. So we make some primary and secondary groups. Next, please. There was 2020, so time kind of flew, and there were another trend come, Korea's bilateral cooperation in forestry. 33 countries have bilateral cooperation with Korea Forest Service in 2020. 15 were in Asia, 9 were in America, 5 were in Africa, and 4 in Europe and Oceania. Especially Indonesia, New Zealand, Australia, Myanmar, Chile, and Brazil have the contents of climate change, such as Red Plus, in their agreement for the international cooperation. So those are results. Next, please. So greenhouse gas reduction, in other words, absorption, was there was a roadmap in the sector of forest between 2020 and 2030 that affected to choose the Red Plus partnership country around this time. I'm going to skip this slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so 2021. Korea's bilateral ODA in the sector of forest. There was combating desertification and climate change, and biodiversity conservation was added. We saw before in other slide that desertification and climate change were important factor. Now in 2021, biodiversity conservation was added, especially for Vietnam mangrove forest restoration and sustainable management, and Mekong River Basin forest cooperation was added. For the combating desertification, Mongolia Greenbelt Afforestation and Kubuchi Desert Private Desertification Prevention Reforestation Support Project, and Tajikistan Forest Restoration and Resident Income Increase Project through Pistachio were there. For the climate change, technical support for forest management and use in Indonesia were there, and Korea, Indonesia, Zambi province peatland restoration and conservation project, which was I worked with Seafood Crop and also NIFOS until recent time. Next, please. Korea's Red Plus pilot project in 2022. Korea Forest Service promotes a Red Plus pilot project to achieve overseas greenhouse gas reduction goals. So there was goal from Korea side. The Indonesian Red Plus project started first between 2012 and 2019. Through Red Plus pilot projects, Korea Forest Service supports 1. The establishment of Red Plus reference levels, 2. The development of regional and national Red Plus integrated models covering the subject of carbon cycle, environment, society, and economy. And the 3rd, the establishment of regional and national Red Plus strategies, and 4. Capacity building, and 5. Propelling a project to generate income. So there was a classification about the Indonesia, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos PDR. You remember that was the primary focus groups. Next, please.
Dr. So I'm sorry for interrupting you. You have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, I try to match the time. Thanks for letting me know. So post-selection was happening in 2012. So at the time, priority group was, first one was Indonesia, Myanmar, and Cambodia was added as recommended. And priority 2 group was Brazil, Ecuador, Peru, and Laos PDR was included. And primary 3 was Colombia, Congo, DR Congo, Zambia, Mozambique, and Tanzania. So priority 3 group was newly created, and that's mostly focused on Africa. So first, for the standard, first 52 countries were selected, and second, the average forest coverage rate was 44%, and the deforestation rate was negative 0.1% was set as baselines. Third, fulfillment of FREL, and last, experiences of RED Plus with Korea become standards. Next slide, please. Conclusions, part 3. Next, please. Oh, by the way, that's Kintamani. And so the conclusion 1 was selection of RED Plus bilateral countries in 2024. So I put the box of 2011, 2012, and 2022. So now, currently, for now, 2024, selection become Indonesia, Myanmar, and Cambodia. There was traditional RED Plus partnership countries have all potential. And prior to was Brazil, DR Congo, and Laupedia. Laupedia is characteristic. Laupedia sometimes, yes, sometimes no, but they have a strong willingness, and Korea also try to guide the country. And so we don't want to give up the country. So like it depend on the relationship and partnership, like on history. So still, Laupedia many times in many research and many standards included as a priority country. So we hope the country sometime fully made the partnership and RED Plus qualification. Next, please. So this is conclusion, last one. Standards, pros and cons, and future strategies. Let me read the Indonesia part and finish this. Indonesia is the top country for Korea as a RED Plus bilateral cooperation historically, because strong willingness to conduct RED Plus in the field of forestry, and adequate forest coverage rate and deforestation rate, fulfilled forest reference emission level FREL and forest reference levels FRL. And also Indonesia has various experiences and competencies. And Indonesia has supportive national relationships and cooperations. For the time limit, other part, I'll just let you read, and let me finish here. Thanks for listening to my presentation. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih banyak. Applause for Dr. Seoul. Thank you. So we will now start the question and answer session. Dr. Seoul, I will give chance first for audience here. We'll attend offline. Anyone have any question on Dr. Seoul presentation? Okay, from the student, Widi. Please, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the time that has been given to me again. So I'm Widi, one of the biology students from Udayana University. Here I have some question for you, Dr. Mihyun. First of all, thank you for the explanation. And the question from me is about the climate change that we will try to overcome. So in this kind of project, like from the RED Plus, do they have some kind of specific forest improvement, like the mangrove, or just for the usual forest? And the other question is, if our goal is to reduce the greenhouse gases, how about the area that we have, not only in Indonesia but other countries, that, as we know, the growth of the human population is becoming more and more, and because of that we only have little area to improving our forests. So what do you think? Do you have any solution for it? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Widi. Can you catch the question well, Dr. Mihyun Seoul?
Yes, I think so. Let me try to explain. The first question was about I caught as species. Um, you were interested in mangroves. Is possible to make a Bread Plus project? The answer is yes. And not only mangroves, in Indonesia, me and my C4 team were focused on Pongamia and Nyampelong as native species in Indonesia. Pongamia and Nyampelong can be solution for not only for Red Plus. It's kind of super tree, we call it, because it can help farmers' life there, increase their income. And especially Pongamia has possibility to get more honey to collect. And also, it has good function to hold carbon too. And as a timber, it's worthy too. So I can tell for Red Plus mangroves, of course, in Bali, that's really possible to conduct the Red Plus project. And Pongamia and Yamplong are great species too. And that can answer for your second question too. How can I say, the population, if too many, that kind of hurt forest, but some certain level of population is necessary to conduct the forest site. And for that, having some certain income is very important for the community people's life. So the good species can help to have some population on site and maybe on the certain level, and then we can have some human resources and their income and some workers for the make the project too. Let me give you some good example in my mind. On Kintamani site, C4 crop team created one small Pongamia site we planned together, and farmers could get a job to measure the Pongamia, and also they have to raise up for the trees. It was not exactly for Red Plus, but was for other research too. So now Pongamia are kind of very growing now. Average age 8 years. So we kind of think we can apply for Red Plus or other some project too. And the farmers really happy. And I could connect other Korean company to the same site. So between the Pongamia, we try to plant mango because mango can bring more income for them. So they were really happy, and their efforts calling more people, more traffic to make some income and project. So this is like that. I hope my explanation can be good answer for him.
Thank you. I think it's a community-based conservation, yeah. I mean, it's involved okay, thank you so much for your explanation. Any more question from the online audience? Please raise up your hand or switch on your speaker if you do. Actually, maybe no here offline. Online. Okay, we have question online. Yeah, there is one question that we have. The question is, in your slide, you mentioned that Korea Services selected 10 countries as the candidate for Red Plus. However, I'm not seeing Brazil and African countries. Why Brazil is not included as the criteria? I believe Brazil has huge Amazon forest, a source for carbon capture to reduce greenhouse emission. I did not see as well African countries. Is there any consideration? And then which province in Indonesia are considered as Red Plus project, and what is the specific criteria to be selected?
Okay. So for the first question, Brazil was there, but not as priority one, because this is selection for Korea. So Korea needs to challenge and get some bravery to move to Brazil and others. Actually, not for Red Plus, but Paraguay or Costa Rica, Peru, Korea tried to go, but of course, we recognized Brazil is most potential country. So actually, I showed the slide as a priority second, Brazil, DR Congo, kind of our next candidate country if we move. So, but for now, as a priority one, we focused on Asia because we had experiences there and had a long-term partnership there. Also, distance matter too. So, for the first question, answer is we do care the Brazil. I agree with you, but not as a priority one because we didn't have much experience yet, and also it's far. But we are preparing, and also Africa country was there as a priority three on the conclusion. So maybe the last slide was not very delivered to him because this is online. Yeah, but for the Rwanda or Congo, some DRS Congo, like Africa country, would definitely consider it. But to be honest, we didn't start exactly yet. But we had experience with making some partnership with Ethiopia and Kenya too. Next to UFRO is coming. It will be happening in Nairobi. So, and ICRAP headquarters is also based in Nairobi. So we're expecting we will do something with Africa in the future. And the second question, which provinces? C4 ICRAP had experiences not for Red Plus, but we tried to make a project, co-project between NIFOS and C4 ICRAP. We have sites in Sumatra, and also Kalimantan and Bali and Jakarta. But for the I cannot tell the specific criteria for now, but if we do Red Plus project, definitely Kalimantan is possible because Korea Indonesia cooperation, forestry cooperation is located in Kalimantan, so we can use their infra to start. And Sumatra has some peatland, so we can make taking advantage of the peatland in Sumatra. And also we have a partner, University of Sriwijaya there, so Palembang. That can be our next candidate if we do the Red Plus. So for now, that's guess.
Yeah, and I think I heard about Central Sulawesi as well. They already make a peraturan gubernur about to implement the Red Plus, if I'm not mistaken. Central.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, but I answered based on the Korea's some advantage. But Slavish is definitely a province. If any country can make the Red Plus.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your answer. I think we run out of time, but it is a great honor to have you with us online, virtually, Dr. Mi-hyun. Hope we can talk again, discuss in the future, collaborate in the future. Best luck for everything, and please give a big applause for Dr. Mi-hyun.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak.
Greatly appreciate your time. Thank you. By this, I will end this session. I'll give back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our respected speaker and also our moderator. And once again, would like to thank our speaker, Dr. Mi-hyun Sol, PhD, for the insightful session for the fourth plenary session today, and our moderator, Ibu Fami, for moderating the host. Ibu, mohon maaf sekali, Ibu Fain Marinat Selviani. Lebih lengkap ya Bu ya. Terima kasih banyak Ibu moderator. And as Dr. Mi-hyun Sol joining online, we will give the certificate also in a soft copy form, and we will give the soft copy of the certificate on the email, on your email, Dr. Mi-hyun Sol. Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause for Dr. Mi-hyun once again? And we would also invite again Ibu moderator, and also our Dean of Faculty of Mathematics to give the certificate to our moderator for the fourth plenary session today. Terima kasih banyak Ibu sudah memoderatori sesi keempat kali ini, sesi kedua terakhir ya. Terima kasih banyak Ibu. And photo session.
Ken kabar.
Ken kabarnya becek-becek. Dokter Sil, thank you very much, Dokter, once again. Untuk yang join di Zoom boleh kasih reaksi tepuk tangan mungkin ya. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much, everyone in the ballroom. And therefore, we will conclude the fourth plenary session. To our moderator, please come back to your seat. And proceeding to the next plenary, or this is the last plenary session for today and for today's agenda, yeah? And the fifth and the last plenary session, including the speaker, His Excellency Imre Faranek Barna, PhD. And then, hello, sir. Thank you for joining us. And the second is His Excellency Calvin Bofu, PhD. I hope everyone and our speakers, respected speakers, already on the Zoom joining us. And this moderator for this sessions will be Bapak Ibu Teddy Indrayana, SPD MSc. To Bapak Putu Teddy, the stage is yours. Silakan Bapak. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
So should I share the screen, or Teddy, you are sharing my slides? How is going?
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, Dr. Imre.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the chance given to me by the Master of Ceremony to be a moderator for this session. This is the last session for today. And we have two great speakers in this last session. They are Dr. Imre Parens Banar and also Dr. Kelvin Fofu. Yeah. We would like to introduce our speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. Imre Parens Banar. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Imre. How are you going?
Fine. We also have a very nice morning here. Sun is shining.
Yeah.
It's already November, so it's getting colder, but it's fine.
Yeah.
So we have a fine day now in Europe, in this part of Europe.
Okay, hopefully you have a good day for today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me introduce yourself. Our speaker is Dr. Imre Parens Banar. He is a research scientist in the Wigner Research Center for Physics. His research is about nuclear physics, atomic physics, statistical physics, hydrodynamics, quantum mechanics, and also mathematical physics. He is truly physics scientist and also the mathematical scientist. He has a lot of research and also he has a lot of grand research. He was graduated from Justus Liebig University, Gießen, Germany. Yeah, and now he is a research associate in Wigner Research Center for Physics, and also he is a tutor for biophysics in the University for Veterinary Medicine, Budapest, in German languages. Okay, next to the introduction for our second speakers. Our second speaker is Dr. Kelvin Fofu. Hello, Dr. Kelvin. Have you joined the room? Yeah, I think you have joined the rooms. Yeah. Okay, let me introduce about Dr. Kelvin Fofu. Dr. Kelvin Fofu is a research scientist in the University of the Witwatersrand in the South Africa. He is the quantum scientist focuses on the surface plasmon resonant biosensor in case of the quantum, both theoretical and experimental. He was graduated for his postgraduate diploma in the University of the Witwatersrand, for his BSc in physics from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and also he was graduated for his MSc from University of KwaZulu-Natal. And also, he was graduated for his PhD from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So, for the first session, along 30 minutes next, we are going to invite Dr. Imre to present his presentation.
Okay, so I try to share the screen.
Yeah. We would like to share your presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, just wait
Here.
for a minute.
Okay. F5. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, your
Okay.
presentation has been served.
Okay, so you gave me a very nice introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to speak about the European project, which is the Euproxia. What is the outline of my talk? You gave a small introduction of personal information, so I can skip. Then I will give some very, very basic physics of acceleration of charged particles, or even a new phenomena, which is plasma accelerators, which will be the accelerator from the future. And now, based on that, Europe tried to build a large facility on it. I will explain its Euproxia project and the future, how will it be used, because it has very important social impacts. And maybe I have a summary and the outlook at the very end. Okay, well, you introduce myself. I'm now 52 years old. I studied in Hungary. I am Hungarian. I had lots of activity in Germany, basically in atomic physics. Today, I have three major activity. Well, maybe laser matter interaction, not so active. The second, what I showed you very nicely in June in Bali, basically mathematical physics, which I really like. And I am somehow the Hungarian contact person of this international cooperation, which is kind of organizations, is not really science or physics, but it's important. Okay, the very, very basics of physics of charged particles. Maybe you are familiar with it if you learn some physics. There's a kind of Lorentz force. That is the force which acts on a charge in an electromagnetic field. F is the force that's on the left-hand side. Q is the electric charge. E is the electric field. It's a scalar product. It makes the acceleration. And we have the vectoral product on which is the second part. And that is, you cannot accelerate. So you cannot enhance the velocity of the particles, but you can bend. So you can use it for modify the beam. So that is basically the physics what we need. So we need a charge. It can be an electron, any kind of charged particle, heavy ions or protons, and you need a massive electric field, and then you can accelerate it. So that is basically the physics what we use now, and that is enough for us. There are about 30,000 accelerators on the globe, everywhere in each continent. Some of them are linear, some of them are circular accelerators. Most of them are used for material research. So it's not only for high energy physics or looking for quarks and dark matter. That's very extreme here in the CERN in Europe, but basically are much smaller accelerators, and then they are used for material science. And the idea is, what I will show you, that if we have a kind of plasma accelerator, we can make them much, much smaller and much, much, much cheaper. So the main goal is to have accelerators in a tabletop setup or in some meter range, and then you can even have it in a cellar of a hospital, and you can accelerate heavy ions, and you can cure cancer patients, and you can use it for material science and in a much, much cheaper way. There's another thing that, okay, you can have charged particles, that's one option, but it's even better when you have electromagnetic radiation. So you can create X-rays with very short pulses, very large intensities, and you can also use it for material science. Well, just two pictures. One is the major accelerators in East Asia. I mean, some of them belongs to larger countries, Japan, Korea, or China, but even smaller countries can build up such things. And again, when you have an accelerator, you can create electromagnetic radiation, that is cyclotrons, and there are cyclotrons also available in South Asia. And we think that when we can have this plasma accelerator, we can have it much, much smaller and much, much cheaper. What is the next transparency? There is this Livingstone plot. One thing is that the high energy people who are looking for high energy and particle physics, they basically reach the limit of the accelerators what we use nowadays. There's a conventional linear accelerator. Basically, you can accelerate to some 100 meters per meter. And how can we go further and why we have to go further? Well, there is again remark that American or maybe some crazy idea that they can create very large colliders for 100 kilometers long or circular or linear and go for higher energy. That is one option. Other thing that we want to have accelerators much cheaper and much smaller and use it for material science. And the idea is that we can use it in plasma. That will be the next transparency. And when we have accelerated electrons, we can create electromagnetic radiation, which is called the free electron lasers. Well, the idea is that the electron is coming from the left, and you have very dense magnets, very strong permanent magnets, north, south, alternatively one after another. And when you shoot the electron in such a system, which already exists in Germany, in Hamburg, then you make an acceleration of the electron and you can create electromagnetic radiation. That is the free electron laser. And in this sense, you can create soft X-rays or XUV lights, very short pulses, and you can even tune it. And that's what you can use it for material science. So that is very important. That's basically the main goal. There is another option that nowadays, if you have cancer, you get some X-rays, that is the green line, and the X-rays is that the depth is it has an exponential decay in the human body. So you want to cure maybe a heart or some inner organ, but all part of your body will get some radioactive radiation. And the idea is that is the red curve. If you have charged particles, let's consider protons, there is a kind of Bragg curve. So you can deposit the energy in well-defined positions. So, for example, for 150 megaelectron volt protons, this depth is about 13 centimeters. So the protons coming in and suddenly it stops and gives the energy in well-defined points. So such kind of hadron therapy setups exist already in Germany and Italy. But again, to have such kind of heavy ions, you need a very large collider, a very large accelerator. And if we could have it in a plasma accelerator, it would be much cheaper, much simpler, and could be used many parts of the world. So it's generally important. I just checked the statistics that basically, I mean, the idea came up almost 20 years ago when I was a PhD student, and nowadays, as I found, there are already 100,000 patients who were treated with proton therapy. So it exists, but it's still expensive. So it would be nice to have it much cheaper and much to have it in our hands. So that is what we want to also have plasma accelerators. This is basically the major, maybe my major slide. How can we do it? And I have a private acceleration, but nowadays you have a vacuum tube, so it's green vacuum, and you have radio frequency, and you accelerate the charged particles, and it reaches its limit. How can we do it in another way? Just change these two parameters. So don't go in vacuum, let's consider plasma. I will explain what plasma means. And maybe not radio frequency, but use high energies or lasers with much higher frequency, much smaller wavelengths. And in plasma, there is no limit for the field gradient. So this E can be much larger, and the accelerator can be much higher. Definition of plasma is an ionized gas. Basically, if you enhance the temperature about many thousand degrees, everything in the plasma state. And the main point of this talk and the whole idea and the whole achievement is that basically you can reduce the accelerator size with a factor of 100. So when you have an accelerator which would be 1 kilometer long, you can maybe do it in a 10 meter, or you can build up in some meter setup. So you have at least a factor of 100 or almost 1,000 in the size. And what is exactly happens? What is the physics? And then I go to this Euproxia project. You need basically 3 or 4 steps. You need basically a volume, a tube, which is filled some gas. Helium, hydrogen or rubidium. That's simple. Then it should be ionized. There are lots of ways how to ionize it. Just create a plasma. You can do it with charged particles or strong electromagnetic fields. Then you have a charge separation, and you have a strong wave, a strong electromagnetic field. Then you eject the electrons, and the electron will accelerate in this field. I mean, this is the basic physics. Usually you have just like surfing on the waves. That is the starting front of the waves, and the surface always on this position. So basically you have a field difference between the beginning and the end of the wave, and when you put the electron in the proper position in the proper time, they will be accelerated. There are many ways how to do it. I just only explain 2 simple phenomena because there are plenty of them and I cannot understand all of them. But this is the main essence of the plasma accelerator. Well, the first one is when you have a charged particle. So you produce a plasma, doesn't matter how, and you have a proton beam, a charged particle beam. It's just like a feeling that when you have a fist and you just strike into the water. When your hand goes into the water, you just push out the particles, the waters, and the same is here. You have the proton bunch in the middle and just throw out the particles, and you just make a kind of void. And in the middle of the void, and between the middle and the end, or the middle and the beginning of this void, there will be a very large field strength. And when you insert electrons, doesn't matter how, from outside, or it comes automatically from the plasma, that's another story. Then you have a very large gradient, and then you can accelerate this bunch in some meters, and at the end it goes out for the plasma, and you have the accelerated particles. There is such a proof of principle in CERN. It's called AWAKE. AWAKE is a coming up wave, so AWAKE experiment is already done. So there is one way to produce plasma accelerated particles when you have a plasma and you have a charged particle. There is the other one. Then you have a plasma again, but you don't have a charged particle, but you have a kind of laser field, which is in principle a sinus. It is the position, the x direction, and y direction, the electric field. It's a sinus usually. It's plus, minus, plus, minus. And it's very simple to say that when you have an infinite plane wave, you cannot accelerate particles because 1/2 period you accelerate and then deaccelerate. The idea is that you have to break the symmetry, so you create some shorter pulses, and you have a so-called chirp down, so you can even change the frequency continuously. So the frequency is large here, and that will be smaller. And then you have some positive contribution, negative contribution, and at the end of the pulse, you get acceleration. The idea is quite old. It came from the very famous paper Tajima and Dawson from 1979. And another story is that you have a transversal wave. So it is going this, the wave is, electromagnetic wave is going this direction and oscillate in the Y or Z direction. And when you put it in a plasma, you again make a kind of charge separation, just like with the other one, with the charged particles. So here is minus, here is positive, and you can have field difference. And when you have the electrons in the proper position, you can accelerate it. So these are 2 phenomena which can be used. So these are the 2 basic setups or basic phenomena in plasma accelerations. Okay, and after that, I should speak about the Euproxia project. What is this means? It's an acronym, European Plasma Research Accelerator with Excellence in Application. So we concentrate on the applications. It will be basically 2 research institutes, 2 different sites. One is with a laser accelerator, one is with a particle accelerator. Right now, there is 18 countries included. All the flags are here. Two large Asian countries are included, China and Japan. There's also non-European Israel and America. Former time Russia was included, but from political reasons, they do not belong to that. It's more about 50 institutes, a very nice institute who started this project. It's now almost 15 years ago. It started from a very primitive way. There is the conceptual design study. It was published 2 years ago. It is basically, you can download. It's a publication in the European Physical Journal special case. It's about 600 or 240 pages. And now there's the TDR, there's the technical design report. So now the people working on how to really to make it work out all the technical details. And basically the first setup, the beam driven, when we use charge particles to accelerate, maybe it will ready in Italy, in Rome, close to Rome in Frascati. They will start the operation in 4 years and basically at the end of 2029. Okay, I mean, this transparency is not mine. I just took from lots of talks. Again, lots of European countries are included. In Hungary, we have 3 institutes, basically the Wigner Research Center and 2 universities, the southern part of Hungary. Hungary is this tiny country in the really middle of Europe. The major contributions are the German and the Italian. So they are really who really found out this idea. And again, if you check, for example, in England, there are lots of universities and basically all the nice and well-known universities are included, also from Germany, Italy. So a large number of institutes who are included, as I mentioned, more than 50. There is parallel to that, there is also a doctoral network started last year. You know, Marie Sklodowska-Curie, he was a Nobel Prize for radioactivity. And there is a doctoral network. They got money from the European community and they managed to recruit altogether 12 PhD students all around the world. Mr. Carsten Welsch is a German guy in Liverpool. He's the main organizer of this project. I mean, beyond studying physics, they developed their soft skills, so they have numerous extra courses, how to give a good talk. So they really get a very good PhD. Just to remark that Hungary is only a small country, so we are just only, I would say I'm sitting only at the corner of the table of this proxy. Also, I'm not a major contributor. But anyhow, there's one very nice guy from Argentina, Andres Levia-Jan, who is working at the University of Page, and he's working on dielectric acceleration. It's also kind of a plasma accelerator. And when you write it in YouTube, Accelerating Tomorrow, there's a very nice small video. So they make a really good hype for this new type of accelerator. Yes, I mean, this guy, as I mentioned, Carsten Welsch, he's doing lots of social media. So when you write down Eupraxia, you can find it on Twitter and everywhere. So just making really large hype in Italy or in England or in Western Europe. So some people know already about it, that is the future of the accelerators. Okay, some technical details in the second part of my talk. Well, basically there are 15 different working packages. There is a governing board, steering committee, technical committee. They always explain who is who. Again, I'm responsible for the Hungarian small contributions, but there's a way how to do it. So if you want to build up such European large project, there are a way how can you do it. As I mentioned, there are 16 working packages. The first 2 or 3 is basically how will it work, organize the rules, how will it go, will it be a limited or what kind of company, how can you go for beam time, when you work, how much money you earn. So all the models, how is it embedded from the European society. Basically the first 4 or 5 work packages. Well, the physics starts at 8. For example, you can do the simulation, these plasma accelerators, or you have radio frequency, magnets, beam lines, you have plasma components, laser technology. So they are very talented guys who have very good background in such field. When it will be ready, we will be responsible for the data acquisition and the analyzing of the data. and maybe Hungary can create some high energy detectors, but it's really at the end of the story. So right now we cannot really contribute for that. Well, we have every year we have a very nice meeting. It is in Elba. It's an island, and Napoleon was for a short time. It's a very, very nice bay. It's, I would say, almost as nice as your country. I was there now this September. It's sunshine, warm sea water, really nice. It's open, so if somebody's interested, you can download all the talks and everything about this event, what happened this year between the 22nd and 28th of September this year. Probably there will be next year also meeting there, but we don't know. Okay, as I mentioned, there will be two such of sites, two such of accelerator or research center. There is the beam driven, so when you have charge particles and you create plasma waves with a charge particle and you can accelerate electrons, it's clear that it will be built in Frascati, which is a suburb of Rome, so the Italian already get it. There are some transparency about how will it be done, what will be the technical details. I don't go into the technical details, but it's very boring and it's not important for us right now. And the other is the laser driven, which will be much more complicated to do. Right now there are 4 sites. We're making so they don't know who will get it. One will be the ELI. There is a large laser center in Prague, in Czech Republic, which is basically our neighboring country. The second one is Oxford, new in England. They have good chances to get it. There is a smaller one in Spain, Salamanca, and the fourth is in Italy, in Pisa. You have this strange tower. But basically, probably either the Prague or the Oxford site will get it. We can say, which is a very important, maybe an important technical issue, that they want to accelerate electrons up to 5 giga electron volts. And there are lots of other technical details. Right now, it's not so important. Well, let's concentrate on the first in the Frascati, Italy site. If you are on a conference, you have plenty of such very nice pictures. They have, well, it was done with some engineering software, how the building will look like. Altogether, it will cost 130 million euro. They have the site, they have some place in this site, and they will build a new building, and that will be basically the best free electron laser, what I already meant, that at the end they not only have charged electrons, but they have electromagnetic pulses with this free electron laser, and you can choose from XUV to Röntgen, and you can investigate material. Again, I just took because it's very, very picturesque and very nice. There are lots of buildings. For example, it's about 100 meters long. You have the linear accelerator, you have the plasma modules. Basically, this is maybe 1 meter, and undulators, and where are the users, and how will it build up. I mean, there are always lots of technical details, and they are really nice pictures to show. They have such kind of gun tables. Again, now we are somehow here. We are in the planning phase, and the idea is that they are commissioning and recruitment and lots of phases. But they say that basically in 4 years it will be ready and it will be in operation. Well, they have basically this linear accelerator part, which is now called the Spark Lab. And with the Spark Lab, they have Aqua and ARIA. It's again an acronym, some setups, and they want to create soft X-rays, basically photons between the 4 and 10 nanometer wavelengths, and they want to use it for material science. Again, ARIA and Aqua, they are the setups which will be ready. It is the photon energy and the wavelengths, and they want to use it. Why is it important? What is it good for? They want to use it stereo imaging. For example, you can have moleculars, and you can make a kind of photo with this very quick electromagnetic waves. They want to have hydrocarbons, lots of warp dense matter, cuprates, batteries. So they really want to use it in material science. So it's not for high energy physics, looking up for the 7th quark, which doesn't exist. And even for Raman spectroscopy, they also want to study biomoleculars. So a very nice picture. So they want to use it. There is, again, as mentioned, the second site. There are some pictures about these 4 candidates. It is in Didcot, basically Oxford, that is the Prague. They have already large research facilities. In Italy, it's a bit smarter and a bit smaller, and also in Spain. Basically, they have to give up a bid book, which is a kind of wish list, what they need, and there will be decision next year about this second site. We don't know. As I mentioned, the British and the Czech Republic they are much developed sense. Personally, from us, from Hungary, I mean, maybe we are in Middle Europe, so Prague is much favorable to us, but it's our point of view.
Yeah.
Again,
Excuse me,
there were lots
Dr.
of talks
Imre.
about. I have only one transparency from this Russian guy who lives in Prague. Again, it's outside of Prague. There are lots of pictures. They have now large buildings, and they can speak about ours, how they build it. So they work on that. There's another one from Oxford. They also have already the buildings, the lasers, the vacuum system, everything already installed. There's a guy from India who is responsible for that accelerator in England. They also have lots of technical details.
Okay.
And
Interruption,
last but
Dr.
not
Imre.
least,
Yeah.
yes?
Sorry, your time, 1 minute left.
Oh, okay. I will be very sorry. I need some minutes, but I will be ready.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, about basically about the prices. 1 euro is now 7,000 Indian rupiah. I mean, basically, this laser-driven strikes there will be between 20 and 80 million euros. The Italian with the particle-driven is 170, and you can check the LHC, what is the most expensive whatever exists on on Earth. Okay, and maybe I have yes two transparencies. What can be used again when it will be ready? There will be one stick that they want to use it for hadron therapy. So the idea is that we have very quick and very short proton pulses, and when you cure cancer cells with very short pulses, then it is more effective. You can even create radioisotopes with lasers. So that's the ideas what people want to use later on. And yeah, I'm at the end of the talk. I mean, we get basically money from the European community, from the Horizon. There is a grant number. There's another one from the doctoral network. And I think thank you for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you for your nice presentations. Okay, give applause to Dr. Imre.
Thank you.
Okay, next we are going to invite questions from the audience here. Maybe one or two of you have questions? Or maybe participant in the Zoom room, do you have questions? Okay, maybe I have two questions, Dr. Imre.
Yeah.
According to your nice presentation, my first question is, what is basically difference between particle accelerator and the synchrotron?
Yes, I go back to this transparency. It's a good question. It was basically these are the two ones. So again, you have a plasma, you have to ionize it, you have a wave, and then you accelerate. The story is that when you have the plasma accelerator with proton bunches or with charged particles, they are much more aggressive. So for ions, you can have very large energies. For example, I know that in the CERN, the most powerful accelerator, you have a proton bunch, which is about 10 power 9, so billions of protons. They are very, very quick, very close to the velocity of light. And the kinetic energy of such a proton bunch is as the kinetic energy of the Japanese very quick train. So energetically, when you have a charged particle, then it is very massive. On the other side, when you have the laser, so laser have a very large power. The energy is basically small, some 100 joule, but the time is very short. So they have a very nice, but at the end of the story, the energy is much, much smaller in the laser. So people are now, you know, people getting lots of Nobel Prizes for short laser pulses. There is a very good company who are producing this titan sapphire laser. So I think it's a very strong lobby. But with my personal view, which is much more effective way to accelerate particles is this with the charged particles, not with lasers.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. My second question is, how much the energy will be produced by this Euprasia particle accelerator?
What they speak.
Compare than CERN and also Spring 8 or any others.
I mean, as I mentioned here, there are one number which you can take home is about 5 GeV for 5 giga electron volt in electrons, and in CERN they have in protons they have 10 tera electron volts. So they're basically a factor of 1,000 larger what they have in this very large collider. But the idea, I mean, there is some speculation that later they have lots of units from plasma accelerator, and maybe they can build up a very large collider with some plasma accelerators. So that is a future Zukunftsmusik. There's a German word for that. It's a music for the future. So now they concentrate on 1 and 5 GeV. They have already 1 GeV in plasma, and they want to put it in a free electron laser, produce electromagnetic waves, and use it for material science. So that is the basic issue. Of course, we may speculate to go up to the infinity in energy, but that is what we have now.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. This is one last question from the audience in Zoom. Dear Dr. Imre, has your lab developed particle radiation therapy research like proton therapy and carbon ion therapy? Has your lab developed Monte Carlo transport code for particle accelerator?
It's not me. I mean, I'm Hungary. I mean, as I mentioned, right now we cannot contribute. So the whole, my institute will contribute later because we have a many decade-long cooperation with CERN. So they can produce, they can build up gas field chamber detectors, position-sensitive detectors that will be used later on, and data acquisition and data working. So they get some data, they have electronics, and they can analyze the data. There are 2 universities in the southern Hungary. One is they want to use it already for hadron therapy. So they have cells and they have kind of zebrafish, which is a very nice small animal. And when the zebrafish, they have such kind of cancer cells, they can cure it. So they work on that field. And there is a third way, which I now had no time to mention. There is the dielectric wall accelerator. The idea is that you have a dielectric wall, so not a kind of cavity, a very small tube made of dielectricum, so not from metals, and you can also use it for acceleration with the terahertz. So it is below the infrared regime, and people also working on that field. So that's what we can contribute.
Yeah.
But Hungary is, I mean, the people are very nice. I'm responsible for the Hungarian contribution. We are now going for the ministry to get some extra money because we do not really have money for that. I personally get some 5,000 euro for 5 years. So every year I have basically one very nice journey to Italy or Germany.
Yeah.
And maybe one remark at the very end. I mean, of course, we are not politicians, we are not decision makers. But even in East Asia, you know that there are some large countries, Japan, Korea, and China, but they're smaller but still large countries. And maybe some decision maker will see that when you come together, these Indo-Asian countries, and you put the money and knowledge together, you can build some kind of center. And if there is some kind of idea how to do it, I mean, you are welcome in our business. I can introduce to the main guys. So, because now maybe one sentence and I finish. This year we had the 28th of September and the last day of this conference, and there was a very nice talk from South American people, from African people, who they also want to contribute. For example, South American people, they also want to build a cyclotron. They have already a TDR. So in this sense, I try to give you some friendly impetus that maybe some politician or that's a decision maker or somebody will see it, and you may speculate to have such an idea in the, I don't know, next 10 years or whatever. So that was the main goal of my talk, and thank you very much again.
Thank you very much for your answer. Suppose that in the future we can visit the Euprasia lab for doing the experiment, the advanced experiment.
You are welcome anytime here.
Yeah, suppose that. Okay, thank you, Dr. Imre, for your nice talk and discussions. And maybe you can off your slide. Yeah.
Okay.
So there is a certificate for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay.
For your hard work.
I just make a photo.
preparing this talk.
Just a second. Wait, please, just a second. I make a photo.
Oh,
Please.
yeah. You're gonna take the photo.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Imre. Okay, next we are going to invite our second speaker in this session, Dr. Kelvin Fofu. Hello, Dr. Kelvin. Can you hear my voice?
Hello. Sorry.
Yeah. Can you hear my voice?
I can. My network is doing something funny, but I think it's fine now.
Yeah, okay. Good morning in African local time.
Good morning. I don't know. It's afternoon for you guys, so it's good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. So how do you do?
I'm very well, thank you. Very well.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Today you are going to talk about the quantum for the SPR biosensors, and we give for 30 minutes for presentation, and after that we are going to continue for discussion. Maybe 1 or 2 questions. Yeah. Time is yours, Dr. Kelvin.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'll try and share.
Would you like to share your presentation by yourself, or we can have?
Yeah, no, I don't mind sharing it from my side.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it has been served. Okay, Dr.
Okay.
Kelvin, time is yours. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, good morning to everyone attending.
Yeah.
My name is Kelvin Pofu. I am a researcher at the CSIR in South Africa. So I'm part of a biophotonics research group here at the CSIR, and our group works a lot in developing optical biosensors. So part of one of our projects that we've been looking at is developing quantum technologies to try and enhance the performance of our optical biosensors, because they do have certain limitations which are very challenging to overcome. So one of the projects that we are working on, this is at the moment purely theoretical. We haven't set up in our lab. We haven't built the setups in the lab. One of the projects we're working on is the quantum enhancement in the limit of detection measurement of a phase-based plasmonic biosensor. So just a brief outline of the presentation that I'm going to give today. Basically, I'm just going to briefly introduce different biosensing techniques, the different types of biosensors that one could work with. I'm going to specifically focus on one particular biosensor that we are interested in our lab. It's called the surface plasmon resonance biosensor, which is abbreviated SPR. And I'm going to basically discuss how it works different mechanisms associated with it. Then I'm going to discuss how you can implement it as a phase-based sensing setup. Then I'm going to provide some preliminary results for some simulations which we've been doing in our group, discuss some future work and acknowledgements. So biosensing is defined as a process of detecting and measuring biological or chemical substances using biological components. It's typically an analytical device to detect different biological components, and has many applications in health, environmental studies, as well as in food safety. There are a range of biosensors that one could employ. I just given three examples. This is not an exhaustive list. You can have optical biosensors, which work on optical mechanisms. So basically, you build an optical setup in your lab and you use that optical setup to perform biosensing experiments. You can also have electrochemical biosensors, which make use of certain electrochemical reactions in order to perform diagnostic conclusions. You can have piezoelectric biosensing setups, which make use of electric charges, forces, and different parameters to also perform diagnostic analysis. So this is not an exhaustive list, but just a general list of examples of biosensing setups that one can have. So in our particular lab here at the CSIR, we work with optical biosensors. So you can have a wide range of optical biosensors. You can have the surface plasma resonance biosensor, which I'll be talking about today, depicted in this first image. You can have just regular transmittance-based biosensors, depicted by this particular image. You can also have Raman spectroscopy-based biosensors. You can also have what are called photonic crystals-based biosensors. So these are different optical setups that work on different optical mechanisms to perform, basically to do the same task, which is diagnostics, but they use different mechanisms to achieve this particular goal. So I'm going to briefly talk, I'm going to now jump into the main biosensor setup that I want to talk about in this talk. So we, in our group, we work with different plasmonic biosensor setups. An example is this particular one, which I'll describe. It's commonly referred to as the Kretschmann configuration plasmonic biosensor. So in the Kretschmann configuration biosensor, what you have is you have a prism which has this top part coated with a thin metal layer. This could be a thin metal layer of gold, silver, or titanium, or different range of materials. And what happens is when you send oscillate, creating what are known as surface plasmons. And these surface plasmons result in an evanescent wave that propagates on the surface of your biosensor. And this evanescent wave is very useful for performing diagnostic tasks. So once your laser light hits the top part, the light couples, then a portion of it is reflected back, and that reflected back component tells you or gives you information about the biosensing, about the biological interactions on the surface of your biosensor. So here, just to jump into more detail, so the coupling of the light that you send towards your prism is sensitive to the angle of incidence of the light that hits the surface of your prism. So basically, as the light comes, you can change the angle of incidence of the light coming towards the surface of your prism. And what you get is an intensity profile shown here at the bottom here of your reflected light that has this dip feature associated with it. So as you change the angle from under 70 degrees towards 73, 70, 74, you find that the intensity of your reflected beam starts to drop even towards zero, towards a minimum. And the reason why it drops is because a lot of the light is now coupling to the electrons. The coupling is getting strong, the coupling strength is getting stronger of the light, of the laser light that you're sending to the electrons in the thin metal layer on the surface of your prism. So the more coupling you get, the less the reflected component of the light that you get. And this is what this intensity profile is telling you. And in the next slide, I'll show you how such an intensity profile can actually be useful for performing diagnostic analysis. So say you now have your prism that is coated with a thin metal layer, then you functionalize the surface of this prism just above the thin metal layer with a particular ligand that targets a particular molecule or disease or antibody. Then what happens is so you can say on the surface of a biosensor, you can introduce an analyte that contains, say for instance, you're trying to detect TB. If you introduce an analyte that contains TB molecules and they bind to the functionalized molecules on the surface of your biosensor, what you observe is a shift in the position where you find this intensity dip. So we use this shift to sort of indicate that there is some binding on the surface of your biosensor, which can be used as a positive or a negative test as far as doing diagnostics is concerned. So for instance, when, say, we had introduced an analyte that didn't contain the molecules that bind to the molecules that are functionalized on the surface of a biosensor, then you wouldn't see this dip shift, this shift in the dip from this orange point to this red point, but rather the profile would just remain the same. So this shift in the profile confirms that, okay, you have a molecule in your introduced analyte that actually binds to the ligand, to your functionalized target ligand molecules. So that's the intuition that we use in doing diagnostics with such setup. So beyond just looking at a phase shift, you can do further analysis. Say, for instance, you want to look at a real-time analysis, a real-time binding interaction. Maybe you introduce a blood sample onto the surface of your biosensor. You can monitor certain kinetic evolutions or changes in your profile. In the profile of your angle as a function of time. So basically, when you're looking at this particular plot, what you see is that as binding occurs on the surface of your biosensor, the intensity, this change in the angle dip position actually increases. So such a signal tell you that there is in fact binding, and the analyte or the blood sample that you introduced on the surface of your biosensor actually contains the molecules of interest that you're interested in. Then after a certain point, there's a peak point above which there is no change in the angle position, and you can wash off the sample. And when you wash off, you will notice that the intensity drops. So you can look at this shift in terms of the shift in the angle position over time, or you can even look at it as a shift in the intensity position over time. So these are different ways of doing the same analysis, should give you a similar result or corresponding result. Just to highlight further the picture that we have, so when you have your setup, your SPR setup, and you introduce and you functionalize the surface, and you introduce a buffer that doesn't contain any of the molecules of interest, you will see a surface plasma resonance profile, but that remains like this, that pops up like this. But if you introduce an analyte of interest, then you can see a shift in the profile of and this is a positive test. So imagine if you were doing a blood test and this was HIV or TB or any other disease, this shift would be confirming that the analyte that you introduced actually contains the molecules of interest. If it didn't, so in the time sensogram picture, if you didn't introduce anything that binds, then you would just see a flat line. And if you introduce something that binds, you would see this signal. This is just to highlight the idea again. So another thing that is of interest to us in researching these diagnostic tools are the so-called kinetic parameters associated with the time-dependent sensogram of this binding setup. So you can plot a fit that gives you these kinetic parameters. So one of them is the association constant that tells you the strength of the binding between the analyte of interest and the receptors, or the receptor molecules. This is interesting because imagine if you're developing a drug and you want to see if the molecule actually attaches to the ligand, then you want to have an understanding of the different kinetic parameters that are associated with the binding or dissociation of the drug with the disease molecule. So in terms of fitting, that curves that you fit, if you are fitting the angle shift plot, then this would be these would be the equations for your fit. If you were plotting the intensity shift profile, which I mentioned before, so these are corresponding profiles. They both tell you the same thing, but they just look at different properties of your biosensor. Then once you get that fit, you can actually extract the kinetic parameters of your biosensor. And these kinetic parameters are actually very useful. So just to highlight the importance of surface plasma resonance-based biosensors, they have applications in medical diagnostics, in drug discovery, in genomics and proteomics, in food security. And this is why they are of interest in our research group. So now, there is a major challenge with what we call the classical model, or the classical biosensor, which is basically what I've been describing this whole time, is the classical biosensor setup. So there's a limitation from a photonics perspective, and the limitation, it's known as the short noise limit of detection. So this short noise limit effectively limits the what we call the limit of detection of your biosensor. So it limits the precision to which your biosensor can detect a particular molecule. Say you had a blood sample, but it had a very low concentration of a particular virus, then at a certain level, your classical biosensor or non-quantum biosensor would not be able to detect below that particular limit. So in developing what are known as quantum biosensors, which make use of quantum states of light as the probe state of light, as opposed to regular laser light, we are trying to break this short noise limit of precision so that our detector can actually detect even lower concentrations of whatever molecule that you have that is of interest. So here are just example papers of work that has been done by different groups towards developing these quantum-based biosensors. This is some previous work I did with in another group where we use single photons of light to probe our Kretschmann configuration plasmonic biosensing setup. Then other people have prepared different quantum states of light to try and probe their systems just to see how effectively they can work. So in our work, we decided to add a little bit of complexity. It's a necessary level of complexity that we're adding because it actually enhances the performance of your biosensor. But the complexity that we've added is just taking our Kretschmann configuration setup and chugging it into another optical setup known as the Mach-Zehnder interferometer. And what this does is it allows us to now investigate our biosensor in the context of phase as opposed to just the intensity. So it now gives us another degree of freedom or another dimension to look at in a phase picture as opposed to an intensity picture. And previous work has shown that in a phase picture, you can actually get better precision. So if you notice here in our setup, we use the probe state of light that we use is a classical laser. So in our theoretical work, what we wanted to do was we wanted to introduce mathematically different quantum states and probe our biosensing setup to see if we can enhance the limit of detection of our biosensor by making use of different quantum states. So we primarily looked at two quantum states. One is known as the noon state, which is a quantum entangled state. And another state that we looked at is the product coherent squeezed vacuum state. So for comparison, we looked at a pair of, we used the coherent state, which is not exactly a classical state, but it is the limit that any classical state can reach. So the best classical system that you can get cannot go beyond the performance of the coherent state because the coherent state will always perform at the level of at best, it's always bound by the short noise limit, which is what we're trying to overcome by making use of these two quantum states. So
excuse me, Dr. Kevin, your time 3 minutes left.
2 minutes. Okay, thank you. Almost done. Okay. So in order to model the limit of detection of our setup, we use this, we measure the precision in the refractive index of our system. So the refractive index on this. So basically in the Kretschmann configuration, you can think of the refractive index on the surface of your biosensor corresponds to the concentration of the virus or the antibody or virus, whatever that binds on the surface of a biosensor. So we wanted to look at what the minimum best that you can get is. So we performed these calculations for the different states, and after doing some thorough analysis, what we found is that when our system is ideal, meaning there are no losses in our system, the coherent state performs, well, the quantum states both significantly outperform the coherent state. So they will, in principle, give you a better limit of detection than any classical setup that you can have. But as it turns out, these quantum states are very sensitive to any losses that happen, and losses are a natural part of any experiment. So in the second simulation we did, we introduced 20% loss, and immediately we lost the noon state because it could not, the limit of detection just blew up, and it just couldn't keep up. It couldn't even keep up with the classical picture. So what that tells us is that maybe the new state would not be great for an experiment, but the product coherent state seemed to still outperform the product coherent speed vacuum, seemed to still outperform the coherent state, and could potentially be useful in an experiment, in an actual experiment. So in terms of future work, this is still theoretical work that we've been doing, and we've been looking to start to do some experimental work. We're also looking at other at using quantum structured states of light, since these are also quite robust. So we're also still doing some theoretical work in that area. Just like to thank our funders for these projects. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Kelvin, for your nice presentation. Please give applause. Okay. Yeah. Maybe one question from the audience here? No? Because this is really quantum. Yeah. So, Dr. Kelvin, let me ask a question.
Thank you.
Is there a significant impact by considering the quantum state of light as a source for the electromagnetic wave in your base biosensor, compared than the classical one, to the sensitivity and also the selectivity of the biosensor?
There is a significant impact. There actually is a recent paper that where they showed quite a significant enhancement in using a quantum biosensor. So yeah, so it's because you're working at very low, like when you think about concentrations, yeah, going from a 0.01 unit of concentration to 0.02, I mean, numerically, it's a small increase, but in a lab experiment, that could be quite significant, It could be the difference between a false positive test and a false negative,
Yeah.
Just a small, yeah.
So how about another performance parameter, just like the selectivity or the limit of detection or figure of merit of the biosensor? Do the quantum state consideration impact to those parameters?
So selectivity is typically a more biological property. So the sensor, it will not necessarily improve on that, because that is highly dependent on the actual fundamental biology. So what it can improve on is the limit of detection, maybe the figure of merit, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kelvin, for your nice presentation. Hopefully in the future we can collaborate in research, because my research also in the biosensor, SPR-based biosensor for the medical applications. Yeah, thank you very
Oh,
much.
wonderful. Thank you so much.
Hopefully in the future we can write a paper together. Okay, thank you. We have a
Yes,
certificate for you as an appreciation for your hard work to preparing the material for this conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Kelvin. Please give
Thank you so
applause to you. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this session. And for the next, I would like to deliver to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Putu Teddy. We would please give it a round of applause for the last plenary session. Thank you very much, Bapak Teddy, for moderating for the last session. And since our speakers already given the certificate online, we would like to give the appreciation as well to our moderator, Bapak Putu Teddy, and then we would like to invite again the Dean of Faculty of Math and Natural Science, Her Excellencies Professor Nilohwati Niasih, to give the certificate to our last moderator for the last plenary session today. Once again, we would like to have and say thank you very much to our speakers and as well as our moderator for the insightful, remarkable, engaging session. And please receive the certificate, and thank you very much. Our immense gratitude for the expertise and knowledge sharing for the session. Thank you very much, Ibu Prof. Thank you very much, Bapak Putu Teddy. And that is it for our last plenary session today. And to inform you, there is actually several informations and announcement for tomorrow's update agenda. And I request your attention to this information. I'd like to inform you for tomorrow's update agenda that we will start at 8 a.m. sharp, Bali time, for morning refreshment, and followed by the online session as well as parallel sessions. I will give a brief explanation about this. For the online session, we'll be remain here at the ballroom area, that there will be 2 breakout rooms, whereas the parallel session will be at the Pasca Sarjana FMIPA, which is the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science postgraduate building. It's near here, the same as Campus Sudirman area. And do not hesitate to ask our committee for and seeking for help if you are confused to find the area, for examples, and we will be glad to help you out. And the next information will be that there will be a certificate for all participants that is already here from day 1 today until tomorrow. We would like to thank you for your attendance. And also there is actually we have something interesting tomorrow, that there is going to be a award, especially for students. Yes, top best undergraduate oral presenter for tomorrow at the end of the agenda. Please applause for the last energy today, yeah. That there will be a reward, yeah, for the best undergraduate degree oral presentation of the conference. And we really look forward to your participation attendance for tomorrow. And yeah, that is it for today. Thank you very much for your attendance. See you tomorrow and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.